for shooting Shard. Almost shooting Shard's ear off.
All right.
I'm like constantly apologizing to him. I am just racked by anxiety. I am just so sorry. Forgive me.
All right. We are live, and we are listening to Gorgo feel really guilty for shooting Shard in the face.
Yeah, he doesn't sound guilty to me. He sounds like he's pretending to be guilty.
Yeah, not buying it.
All right, so welcome everybody. We are continuing our Shadowrun missions adventures. This is 10B as per our titling. I think it's 11 or something like that in the actual Shadowrun missions numbers. This one is Romero and Juliette. This is episode 3, and we should be finishing this adventure probably earlier than our usual finish time. Depends how killy you people are.
So you want me to sit this one out then?
Well, that just means it'll take longer. Although, with the zombies, Elfwick, while he's effective with his big gun, his headshots and stuff like that are not as effective as they normally are. You are, after all, using, what is it, a storm rifle?
Carbine.
So you are doing massive damages.
I am doing massive damages, yeah. He's a firm believer in, overpower.
Alright, so do we have any bookkeeping to take care of? People spending points or anything like that?
Negative.
Not at this time.
No, but I may think about buying a better gun.
We had suggested that before.
I don't think you necessarily need a better gun, but some options with your ammunition are probably worth considering.
Yeah,
so,
at the very least.
Hollow points, armor piercing and such.
You do have more options if you go with a higher caliber weapon. But don't overdo it. You don't need a Magnum. May make you feel like Dirty Harry, but it'll make you shoot not as well.
What is our tech level?
9.
9 carat.
Since we restarted, I should be able to load those basic sets and stuff now.
Like all the modules had to be reloaded.
Okay, so all the traits and stuff should be there now as well. Including weapons and stuff.
Where did we turn those on? In the
library.
Sidebar? Was that preferences?
Library.
Sidebar. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, sidebar in the preferences. I didn't have them turned on.
Oh, for them to appear.
Yeah. So we don't have anything in abilities. This is traits. So, okay, I don't see any.
Have you loaded the module?
Yeah, I thought I did.
Yeah, I have. But I'm not seeing the option to. How do I turn those on?
That one wasn't there when I loaded all the modules.
No, that's not what I mean. It's like, I don't have traits and what's the
Right,
other one?
that's preferences. There's a sidebar button.
Preferences. Okay.
Yeah, it's moved in Fantasy Grounds Unity.
Gotcha. That's why it didn't make any
That's
damn
better.
sense.
Oh,
Wow.
360-degree vision. The degree sign did not come through. Right. I think this font that is being used does not have some of the Unicode characters.
You have to update the skin.
Replace it. Yeah, well, that's the base font that they were using, I think, in FGU. So I have to replace it with one that uses Unicode. But that does mean that their base font is not ideal. Which I'm surprised nobody has mentioned if they haven't.
It's not actually showing all the skills and stuff, it's only the traits. Interesting. I thought it also had skills.
Skills might be under something else?
Yeah, skills are under the abilities,
Yes.
but they're not showing. Is there another one? So that one is GCS basic set traits.
It's possible that I don't have the correct module.
Well, it's just
Bad jam. Bad.
Alright, well, if there's no spending of character points or anything like that, you don't have the opportunity to update. Actually, no, you might. We left off, you guys had just completed a mission for Docwagon.
Right.
On request of Gorgo, who got the job from Claudia. His contact, Claudia.
other Claudia.
Other Claudia.
Where?
I would like to increase my contact with Claudia by 2 more points up to 4.
I'd like to increase my contact with Claudia too.
We generally do the improve of contacts after the session's over. Not the session, but the adventure.
Well, Claudia is one of your contacts.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So it's not like faction related or anything
Right,
like that.
yeah,
So you're free to
that's what
increase that one as you will see fit. What would you like to increase about her?
Basically the ability to use her more often, like at the 9 or less, to increase
To
that up
12 or
to
less.
12 or less. So that would be bumping 2 points 2 to points 4, and then it would be 12 or less, and it'd become more reliable, or what?
No,
How does that
you've got their effective skill, their frequency of appearance, and their reliability. They're 3 separate traits which you can increase individually.
You
So-
have that on GCA?
So if you load up your GCA and look at your contact advantage for Claudia, you'll have some options
Double-click on
there
it and
to
then click on
increase.
modifier.
So just change her from 9 or less to something more, and then it'll calculate the points for you.
Got it.
Because it may not be 2 points. It may be 1 point due to like rounding and stuff like that. but you'll only be able to increase her by 1 level. Unless, of course, you have a really good explanation of why she suddenly listens to you a lot more often, or she's a lot more available.
Because all the Docwagon employees are zombies and they're dead?
Well, that means she'd be less available because she's going to be super busy all the time.
More available, but less reliable.
She could also be dead.
She could be a zombie.
She could have been a zombie when she called.
It was all a ploy to get you there, so then you could become zombies.
They didn't really think that through.
So as a result of re-establishing contact with this Docwagon center, you guys will receive a 1-year Docwagon contract.
I don't know what that actually means.
May we never need it.
If you are in a situation where you need medical assistance, like you wear a bracelet or something like that, biomonitor, and if stuff indicates that you are in need of medical assistance, then Docwagon will turn up. If you're in a dangerous area, then they'll turn up with an armed assault medics.
Okay. Interesting.
I will input the account information into my biomonitor.
There is a was it the game Cyberpunk 2077? In that there's, I saw I think it was a demo walkthrough, or maybe just a early gameplay video, and they actually had Docwagon turn up to someone that had been shot. That was,
I saw that.
That was probably the best example of Docwagon I've seen. They just step out of the ambulance, guns ready, collect the person, drag him back in, and then leave again.
I still think that could be a pretty interesting campaign, where it's like that's all you do is go in to pull people out of that kind of crap.
It's a cool concept.
Yeah, they had the same kind of thing in Car Wars 2 with the Gold Cross, where they'll send an armed team in there to come fetch you and transfer you to a new clone.
Alright, so we'll pick it up from where we left. You guys have just re-established contact in the Docwagon place. Their communications are back up and running. You are thanked by Claudia. Then what do you guys do?
What were we doing? We were waiting for contact from the other team.
Yeah, and we're probably also going to try to look around to see if we could figure out why they were so insistent on this particular target.
Yeah, that too.
Question.
Right.
This is for the GM. There in the range weapons table, there is a Gyrock pistol, 15 millimeter. It's a tech level 9.
Do you know what Gyrocks are?
No.
It's basically a little grenade launcher.
There's tiny rocket-propelled bullets.
They're ideal vacuum weapons, where it's like you use it in space and stuff like that, where it's like you fire it has no real recoil.
Essentially, you fire it, and it has a small initial charge to get it out of the barrel, and then it starts to fire up a rocket, essentially, that accelerates it forward at higher speeds.
How about a magnum pistol?
And now Daniel's laughing.
He is snickering a bit.
With a magnum pistol, it probably does... Well, it does more damage, but you're probably only ever going to hit once unless you get lucky with your skill roll. Because the recoil on that is, what, recoil 4?
Yeah, you also have to look at the minimum strength on there. I don't recall what Gorgo's strength was.
So it's just better to maybe buy different ammo.
If you want to stay with a pistol and not upgrade to like submachine guns or rifles, then ammunition is going to be useful for you.
I think the rest of us are using heavy pistols, which are in between the one you have and the Magnum.
Let's see if I can find one for you.
Yeah, you don't want to take mine because mine is super tricked out. I spent a lot of extra money on that.
Okay, what the hell is that under? Oh, wait. Yes, I can't search today. Man, that was a lot of work.
What, searching for pistol?
No, inputting all that. Right. What to do next?
Oh,
well,
right.
If you really want to upgrade, since this place is a Docwagon center, there is an armory, and there just happens to be a heavy pistol still here. Actually, no. If I recall correctly, a Docwagon team was sent here. You will look around and you'll find the corpses, and you can recover a weapon off one of the bodies.
Now, those are going to be smart grip.
Can I scrounge up some bullets to go with it?
Yep.
You're going to have somebody jailbreak that for you so you can use it.
Well, that's not hard. What is that?
But it does take time.
What the heck is that skill that you use? Is that
probably an armory, but it says that specifically in Ultra Tech.
Yeah, I'll look that up.
And because this is a personal weapon of the Docwagon guy that used it, it is styled differently from your standard, so it's got like, you know, chrome sliders and all that sort of fancy stuff.
Red cross on it.
There is a red cross on it, and it says Nightingale written on the side, or embossed on the side next to the red cross. And with your heavy pistol, you probably want to consider an assortment of different types of ammunition as well. armor piercing.
Smart gun is going to have the laser sight, HUD link, recognition grip or transponder ring, and a diagnostic computer for free. I'm not seeing actually about what the recognition grip. How do you?
Next
Oh,
page.
there it is. There it is. Yeah.
They're called D
That
tags.
is deactivating, requires armory or armory small arms. I've got that at 12, or electronics operations security at -2.
Would you like me to roll a scrounging skill to see how many bullets I can get?
No, you can get, a bunch of mags.
I can do the electronic ops security at 12 with the -2.
Yeah, so it's either way. I'm at 12 as well with the armory.
But apparently it only takes 10 seconds.
The first
Unless
time,
we
yeah.
suck.
Well, I imagine it is just going into the menu system,
Well, yeah.
changing stuff, and that's it.
You're gonna need an admin password probably.
Well,
Which
maybe
they
didn't
might
divide.
not
didn't
be
update
big
it.
on security.
Well, I don't see a reason for a password, because the whole purpose is so that someone can't just use the weapon on you. So if they pull it and they try and shoot you, it's not going to work. They'd have to sit there for like 10 seconds to
10 seconds, yeah.
mess around with it.
You have to create a damned internet account to blow your freaking nose. And they're gonna
It's
make
fine.
you use a 12-character password with numbers and funny characters and Japanese.
Well, I guess that's what the subsequent 10 minutes per try is.
I'm sure that's probably the case. No, as we've seen from some of those hacking videos, people have a tendency to not really take that stuff seriously either.
Alright, so who's going to jailbreak the smart gun?
I guess that's up to whoever he gives it to.
I'll probably give it to Frost because he is the. So I'll give it to Frost.
Bum, bum, bum.
Damn it, now I have the AC/DC song Jailbreak in my head.
Haha.
Could be worse things to have stuck running in
You're
your head.
welcome.
I'm curious, what sort of delay? Roll the dice at the same time that you say now. I want to see how long it takes for the dice to appear my end, because that seemed delayed.
Okay. Now,
Alright, yours was instant.
because mine's awesome.
Ow.
A little bit delayed for that one.
Three, 2, 1, roll.
Yours was instant that time as well.
Probably just hit a lag wave.
Could have been, because you said you're welcome, and I hadn't seen the result yet.
So what is the difference between CL, CLP, and CLR?
Damn it. CLP is caseless pistol.
Is it liquid propellant?
No, because I think that uses the same actual round. Yeah, I think it's caseless pistol and caseless rifle.
Alright, so
The storm rifle is also 10 millimeter.
it turns out that this guy did not put a password on his smart gun. So
Admin.
So Frost, you were able to go through the menu and reset that.
Shiny.
Do you wish to reset it to Gorgo or just reset it to open?
World's Greatest Avenger.
Alright, so back to the game. Anything else that you wish to do at the Docwagon place? Like I said, there's stuff everywhere, so if you wish to loot this place, there's probably no stopping you.
Well, it probably wouldn't be a horrible idea to grab a few diagnostic bandages and whatnot on our way out, but there's probably not enough here to make a fortune on. And, you know, Docwagon still owns it, so technically it would be stealing.
I'm not taking anything personally.
I can't think of anything that I would want to take. I'm not
so
a-
where would we go?
Let's see. Yeah. Probably, definitely, we scout around the environs, make sure that we are fully secure before the Docwagon guys show back up. Beyond that, crap. Now we're
Are they-
trying back to.
Is Docwagon sending people out?
They have not indicated either way. They just
They may be busy.
acknowledged your re-establishing of the comms, and you were thanked for that.
Well, we had the thing at the park, and we contacted the other team, and then we did dinner with Laurent, and that's when we got hit with the drive-by. Then Frey and Gorgo both got the call at the same time. We went to get Alice, and then we went here. So we don't actually have a next destination in mind at this point.
That is correct.
Alright, so
Which is bad.
head somewhere, regroup, and work out what your next move is.
Suppose we could go to Vapes. We're not being chased by anybody right now.
Finish healing up Shard.
I don't know if it can be any more healed at this point. It's going to be more natural.
Yeah, it's probably going to be healed at one point overnight. Or whenever he goes to sleep.
Well, do we have any idea of where we're supposed to be going? I mean, or are we expecting a phone call from somebody?
Well,
Where were we in town?
Where was it? Docwagon Lynwood.
Lynwood? Yeah.
Right. Where was that?
Alright, so you guys are leaving the Docwagon place. In the waiting room, there's a TV that is still broadcasting. What it was broadcasting, one of the local channels. You'll see this guy.
Oh, God, that guy.
Didn't we help him?
Gorgo
Last time.
did. I think they
Right.
started establishing a bromance.
So you'll see this guy reporting, and the little ticker down the bottom says, zombies, seen all around Seattle, and there's just seems to be, chaos is, unfolding on the city.
It's hard for us here to believe what we were reporting, but it does seem to be a fact.
You turn up the volume, and you'll hear Joe Martin speaking. He says, as Knight Errant tries to get a handle on the zombie risings this Halloween, they urge people to avoid travelling alone. Sources at the local morgues confirm that the recently dead are rising, even from morgue tables, and several of the medical examiners have been injured during the attacks by the risen dead. For now, the risings appear to be confined to the Seattle Metroplex, but there's no indication as to how far these events will spread. In case this event has been caused by a virus, sources tell us City Hall is considering a quarantine for the Metroplex, and CTAC has stepped up to a heightened level of security. More news as we find it. This is Joe Martin, Newsnet, Seattle, reporting.
Actually, we could find a bit of altitude somewhere and have Shard poke his head into the other world again, see if he can identify a center.
Sure.
If you had astral projection, you could always go astral.
Yeah,
Nothing
that
bad would
doesn't
happen.
seem like that seems like it'd be a bad idea at this point. What would happen if he did that? Does that mean he actually leaves the body spiritually? No, don't do that, bro. Because I think these zombie things would take over your
Yeah.
body, and we'd have
Better
to
put a
cut you
cork
down.
in it.
We'd have to finish what Gorgo started. And trust me, Shard, if Frey shoots you in the head, it's gonna hurt a lot more.
Will it though? I mean, I
It'll
suppose
be
it would do more
painless.
damage, but it wouldn't exactly. I wouldn't exactly be able to tell if it was more painful or not.
That's probably true.
All right. So as you watch this, the follow-up to this news report, you see a map of the Seattle city where there's, dots on a map saying that this is where zombies are attacking and that sort of stuff. Can I get a perception roll from those people that have the thaumatology skill?
How about intelligence analysis?
Not in this case. If you have the thaumatology skill, then intelligence analysis would be fine if it's better. But in this case, so it's only Shard that has thaumatology?
Yep, I'm more of a hedge mage.
Alright, so Shard, make a thaumatology roll for me. Or intelligence analysis if you have that at a better skill level.
Ooh, good roll.
Alright, so you're just watching the TV and looking at all these points, and it just sort of, you get this, that's interesting. You're not quite able to put your finger on it, then you think about it a little bit more, and you come to the realization that these zombie uprisings or attacks seem to be consistent with the various ley lines that pass through Seattle.
Interesting. I'll make sure to make the team aware of that.
For the untrained, and obviously not versed in magic, the pattern is not evident. But since you are somewhat familiar with the way ley lines, converge and stuff like that in the city, you see that there is a pattern that seems to indicate those attacks are much more prevalent on those convergent points.
Is there like a central one? Trying to figure out if we could determine where the origin would be.
All right, that is most definitely a intelligence analysis roll.
I should probably pick that skill up too.
Does it need to be one of them, or can anybody assist there?
Well, once it's pointed out, the pattern has been pointed out, then anyone can assist in that. So.
Mm-hmm.
What would be the? Can we use that just based on IQ?
I'm pretty sure that's going to be hard. Actually, that should be on here, shouldn't it?
It is IQ -6 or strategy any -6. Oof, that's gonna be
Not
rough
today.
for me. That means I got an effective skill of 6 on this. Oh, so close.
Alright, so the failure is by 2.
So
4
Shark can
times.
make an intelligence -6.
4 times time.
Nah.
Alright, so failure by 2 is the... So yeah, that's 4 times. So you're poring over these points and stuff like that, and you're going, if we join these two here, this could be the convergence point, and you're umming and ahhing about it for a little while, and then you come to the conclusion you're not 100% certain, like that's it. That's what's the building in Ghostbusters? Spook Central.
It was the hotel.
You can't say with 100% that that's Spook Central, but you've got a good idea that they seem to create a triangular pattern that surrounds Silver Lake in Everett. Does that map show Everett?
Honestly, I sort of tracked down the Seattle 2072 book.
I do have
Poking around with that.
In PDF. I'm not sure if there's any really good maps in it though.
Well, it splits up the environments, not the environments, the districts. So I'm looking at the Everett one now, and it's got the roads, it's got some lakes, some rivers, Everett Beacon Mall, Federated Boeing.
What page is that on?
Let's see. On the PDF, it looks like it is page 81.
It's right around there somewhere. I've got it on Google Earth. It is a very small lake.
Do we want to reach out to Dr. Fiona Craig?
We already attempted that. And if you recall, since we used the contacts, that means it's well, she's not necessarily available. You can only, I think you can only, and it's only been one day, or it hasn't been a full day, so can't make another attempt until like tomorrow. At which point this nonsense should be over.
Alright, let's see if this works.
Yeah, I think my arrow is pretty close to the right spot.
It is a little beyond that your arrow, more in the gray, closer towards the orange arrow. You're the green one, right?
It shouldn't be. That should be right there.
Well, I'm presuming that white line is supposed to be Interstate 5.
I think that's I-5.
I think it's a little past that. At least according to the map in Everett at a glance. Shadowrun
Well.
or Seattle 2072.
I'm not looking at theirs. I'm looking at Google Earth, and I'm looking right at it. So I don't know. I don't know if theirs is different.
I'm going to post the image in a sec.
Looks like there's a snap to grid on that map.
Should probably figure out where I live.
Yeah, I was before we got started today. I was poking around trying to figure out where my container lair is.
Importing images on the fly into Unity is not as easy as Classic.
What are you having to do differently?
Well, if you drop it into the images folder, it becomes an asset. So you have to open up your assets folder, and then you click on the image, and then you tell it, turn this into an image asset that then appears as your images.
There's probably a really good reason for that.
There we go. So that was way more difficult in Unity than it was in Classic.
Bad Unity, bad.
Unless, of course, there's a easy way to do it, which I'm not aware of. Alright, so where's Lakeview?
You said Silver Lake, didn't you?
Oh, Silver Lake. Is that it? Okay, so that area.
You see what I mean,
What? Oh, okay. This is way zoomed in. Okay. No, I was still right.
Okay, well, I guess with that in mind, we might consider going there and poking around, maybe use some of Frost's drones to look around, see if we can't find an evil cult that are gathered around a pentagram or something that we can just go in and shoot.
Or a giant poo blower.
Wouldn't be surprised. Let's go check it out. So we'll all hop into my car and we'll head over there.
Did anyone use contacts to find information on your runner team? Or the guys that did the kidnapping?
Did we?
I don't recall.
No. I believe I used current affairs Shadowrunners. I don't think any of my contacts. Well, I could try Claudia, but I got a 6 or less there. Yeah, my contacts in that regard are not particularly likely.
Alright, so no one actually used a contact to try and find information on them?
I don't think so.
No.
I think
I
we're figuring that any Shadowrunner contacts would probably not give us their contact info just for professional reasons.
Yeah, and I think I just used the current affairs skill to know about them.
Okay, give me a streetwise roll, everyone, please.
So that means 12, 15, 14. Everybody has at least 12.
Yeah.
It seems a relevant skill set.
Alright, so Gorgo has the highest roll.
Whiz.
Gorgo, one of your friends or previous associates in the Mafia drops your message. What's his name? Or her name?
Well, this would be Contact Group Mafia.
If you say Claudia again, we're going to throw something at you.
Give me a moment. Was John Torini dead?
No.
So let's say it's John Torini.
Why would he contact you? He's awfully high up the food chain.
Yeah, that's true. Come up with someone.
Next guy down.
Come up with someone original. This is your chance. This is your chance to.
Nicholas Dash.
No good.
Leo Getz.
I like that one. Leo Getz. There you go.
So Leo Getz.
Leo Getz.
This is your contact note. Could you
should have made him Freddy?
That would be funny.
He could have made it Freddy.
You want to update your note to include a name in that contact group for Gorgo, and just put Leo Getz. So you will receive a message from Leo Getz. He says, "Chummer, It's been a long time. We should catch up sometime. We haven't spoken in... It's got to be half a year now. We miss you down here. What you doing? Gorgo?
He's texting me or is he calling me?
He's calling.
Okay. Well, we're trying to... It has been a while, Leo. Just doing odd and end stuff. Still working on the medical field on the sly. And right now we're trying to resolve this kind of zombie apocalypse thing that's going on.
Yeah, things are getting crazy, aren't they?
That is correct. Do you have anything on the info?
Look, I understand. I've been hearing some talk, and you made mention to someone that you're looking for a group of folks. I think it was Bitspeak, Darkbright, something like that.
That's correct.
Well, I got some word for you. It would appear that someone fitting their description checked in recently to the Lakeview Inn. Is that information worth anything to you?
Yeah, it is. What are you looking for?
I don't know. I'm not one to just ask for cash. Anything you're willing to give.
Okay.
About 400.
Sounds sweet, chummer.
All right, I'll get it. I'll send it on over. Thanks for the info. Hey, and if you hear anything else, let me know.
I will do. You should come back to us, man. Things ain't quite been the same since you left.
Yeah, I hear you, but I kind of had to put some of that behind me, if you know what I mean.
Anyway, take care. It's a crazy night tonight.
You too. Let me know if you need any help. Bye.
Alright, you end the call with Leo Getz.
The GM doesn't get the reference, does he?
To what?
Leo Getz. Lethal Weapon.
I haven't seen that movie in so long.
I will let the guys know about the Lakeview Hotel and convey the information. I take it the Lakeview Hotel is hopefully near Silver Lake or on Silver Lake.
Yeah, I think Lakeview is around that area.
So there's where we need to go.
Indeed.
Well, we know they have a sniper, so we don't want to just kick in the door because their sniper might be out there and might try to shoot us.
Well, we were also trying to talk to him. Okay, where the hell is this address? Can't cut and paste that.
It would be rather cool if there's a Google Street View and there is an actual motel there.
It probably is. Yeah, looks like I'm gonna have to type that in. 11/8/50, 19th. Ah, okay, south side of the Quasi Lake. That looks like a restaurant.
So, real world, it's a restaurant.
Yeah. Emery's.
Does Shard have fit?
Shard does not, no.
Actually. Do you have recover energy?
I certainly hope I do.
Yeah, it looks like the area is mostly residential.
Alright, so in that case, everyone can clear their fatigues. You have sitting around and strategizing and whatever. You've had enough time to rest up. I don't know if we can heal the extra injury on Shard, since that was first aid. Or first aid's already
Probably
been
not.
done.
I
Looks
can
like-
use medicinal herbs. I do have herbs I can give them. I have esoteric
You've
medicine.
already, dude. You've
We already had
used,
that conversation.
You've already used actual medicine. Esoteric is what is replaced by actual medicine.
So in this case, mechanically you can't use both. You can use one or the other. So if you use real medicine, then you've done your medical stuff, and no amount of esoteric medicine will improve that. And likewise, if you do it with esoteric medicine, you've already done what you can do. Real medicine is not going to help. So you can't use both at the same time. You use one or the other.
Can I use pharmacy?
That's for drugs and stuff. In this case,
It's for creating
I
drugs.
think there is like a heal drug, but it's not available at this tech level.
Yeah, there is nothing you can do immediately. There's plenty of things you can do on a long-term basis, in which case he's probably going to heal that one point anyway on his own. But you've already done everything you can do without magic. Or techno-magic. Yeah, the lake is not that big. At the widest point, looks like it's 1,000 yards. But other than that, there's not a whole lot of open ground around there for somebody to be hiding in. Like I said, it's mostly residential and fairly crowded that way. And not very tall.
This is also in the 2070s, though.
True, it could be a little different.
Well, it obviously is. The restaurant was knocked down to make an inn.
Aside from that. All right, but anyways, as far as snipers go, there's... Yeah, I don't see anywhere where they could get a really long, useful shot out of that.
Alright, so any particular preparation before heading to the inn?
Aside from being fully kitted up.
Can Frost while we're en route? Can Frost like hack their system to maybe see if he can identify where they're at? If nothing else, we could then call their landline.
I don't think they have a system that I could reach from here. I mean, they may have a local network, but that's only going to be a local network. Might need EMP rounds.
Yeah, unless you actually have them in your
Damn it, I never bought
inventory.
them. I never got around to that. Need to make a note.
Yeah, you can only pick up
Supposedly it
equipment. Only pick up equipment that you actually have, that you own. You won't be able to go and hit the black markets or anything like that. It's a little bit short notice. So no special prep?
Not for me.
Yeah, I don't have anything in mind. I just don't want to, walk in and have them freak out. So we have to shoot them because they think we're there to kill them.
Okay, well, what we do have is a motel, which we could potentially call the motel. It's possible we could hack into the motel's
That's what I
database
mean.
or whatever and find out. Okay. Find out what room they're in.
Right. That's what I meant. You hack into that, and then it's like if you go, oh, they're in 113 or 236 or whatever, then we can we could just literally call the hotel and say,
Yes.
transfer me to 113 or 236 or
Or we just bypass the
542
hotel
or
and do it
whatever it
ourselves.
is.
Okay. Yeah, let's start with that. And we can do that on the way there.
And we know they have a hacker type, so you'll need to keep eyes out. So for that.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, ideally, I'd like to be able to apply a proper professional courtesy to these guys and not go in and have to murder them.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Murder's not the only solution.
Quicker, easier, more seductive.
Right. Give me a hacking roll, I guess. It's just a motel. We'll say it's a -2 bad.
Roger. Wow.
Ooh.
Gonna be one of those days.
Think you hacked into the national database.
Oops, I got the entire chain.
Alright, so you will breach the security of the motel. It is nothing fancy. There's several versions out of date, and you can quickly pour through the records. I think it's a Seek roll. What's the name of the program?
Let me think here.
Well, sorry, Search, I think, is the program. Which you analyze databases.
Well, that would be analyze. But I think searching for records, yeah, I think that's probably right. I should put those notes in there.
Should probably create a module for all those so we can load.
That would actually be a good idea. Holy crap.
Damn.
Well, we know
Okay.
who's got the cheats running.
Trying to make up for something?
Yeah, you're overcompensating right now. You should stop that. Alright, so you will pour through the records. There is nothing that sort of stands out in terms of check-ins with particular names and stuff, but there is a check-in that coincides roughly with the information that Gorgo's contact mentioned, and that is for a couple of people staying for 3 nights, and it's the name is John Citizen.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we got a room number.
You do indeed have a room number.
Oh, you know what we could do? We could actually call the desk for room service when we get there.
Why? Why don't we just call them? I mean,
Because
they are
instinctively
fellow
we always resort to violence first. Yeah,
Well,
fellow
they are fellow
Shadowrunners doesn't actually
Shadowrunners.
get us anything, does it? There's not a
Sorry,
not a
say
rule
again?
to it that I'm aware
They
of.
will at least know who we are and know that it's like, oh, this could potentially be bad. Do we want to get into a firefight with them?
They already know who we are. And
Daniel, what was your question?
did I ask one?
Oh, you were saying something, and you and Phil were talking, so I didn't catch what you were saying. So
I don't
nothing.
think it was important. No, at this point, I think we're just driving up and work it out from there.
All right, so you're not going to contact them or anything to that effect?
Oh, right. We
Yeah,
were going.
what?
Well, we
Yeah.
okay. That's where I was going. Was we had already actually contacted them, and they haven't contacted us back.
All right, I'll get a. If you have common sense, you can make a roll on that. Otherwise, make a streetwise roll.
Who? Tim?
Anyone that's sort of thinking about, what you're doing next.
Yeah, because I don't want to roll up and get suckered into a fight.
Actually, Savoir Faire Underground or something is probably more appropriate.
No,
but streetwise is fine. Like Savoir Faire Mafia, I think is a.
Well, that's specific to the mafia.
In any case,
it generally
both
covers
Frey and Frost, as you're sort of contemplating your next actions, you realise that these guys are laying low. If they get a strange phone call, an unexpected phone call to a room that no one's supposed to know they're at, that might put them a little bit on guard. And Frost, considering that you are a Decker, it wouldn't be past bit speak to try and trace that call, just as a precaution to see if their location has been hosed.
Well, I should have an anti-trace running.
So do you still make that call?
Oh, well, we haven't. I don't know that we effectively decided. Have we decided? Are we going to call them?
But that's the possible, or something that should be considered when contacting them.
If they are not going to respond to our previous attempts to contact them, then in order for us to have a dialogue, we are going to have to confront them either in person or electronically, and all of those methods are going to have their problems.
What can Shard see? Can Shard see anything in the astral realm in regards to this hotel?
Well, you'd have to go there first. Unless, of course, Shard can astral travel, and then please do that.
We've
was
already
expecting
said
to
that's
be-
not going to happen.
I don't think he has the ability
What?
anyway.
Yeah, we were going to be doing this on the way there anyway. I mean, we have to go there.
Alright, so with all the zombies roaming around the Plex right now, could this place be any creepier? The Lakeview Inn seems to defy the standard procedure in Seattle to build everything higher and bigger. It's the same one-story motel you see in all the old slasher vids, with poor lighting and parking right outside each room door. The inn is almost perfectly centered between Silver Lake in the back and a poorly maintained gravesite across the street, which only adds to the slasher appeal. As you step out of your vehicle, the cold, wet air blowing from Silver Lake cuts through your skin, just as if it carries a whiff of decay. Or just as it carries a whiff of decay, a feeling of death chills you to your soul.
Well, okay.
Flickering lights. The neon sign.
So, last chance. Do we call first, or do we knock? Or do we have a better idea?
Well, I have my doubts they're not going to have eyes on beforehand. So you probably want to deploy your little bug things to see if we can't locate anybody monitoring. I mean,
Well,
because
there's
if
a
this was
chance that
us,
those would be detected as well.
those little things, okay, yeah, that's true. But
Yeah, I'm more thinking of the transmissions in this case. If he's got ESM, he may be able to pick up their communication.
yeah, well, I still sort of lean toward at least reaching out. Doesn't necessarily mean we have to, but I'm just thinking, I'd really like to avoid having to storm another motel. No, wait, we were stormed at the other motel.
You could,
Yes.
if you're assuming that there's a sniper looking at you right now, you could do the whole, make it obvious. You lay your weapons on the bonnet of the car. You walk hands up to the room and make a clear gesture that you're here to talk.
We could, again, call the front desk and have him hand deliver a note.
At this time, it's going to be late in the evening, so the front desk is closed. There is like a, after hours, buzz, if not attended, sort of button on the front. But other than that, the reception's closed.
So not that. Phone call? It's probably no
So
worse.
what does Shard and Gorgo think in this regard?
You guys are more the tactical experts. I'm just going to help patch you up after everything's said and done.
Shard doesn't have any spells in that regard. He's just blowing stuff up, right?
Basically, yep.
I say we call him.
I'll set up the call.
We're not assaulting the front, so that's at least something.
With you were able to hack into the hotel, right?
Yeah, I'm on their network.
So can you cut out the power to the building?
No. Well, I don't know. Unless this tech level, it's different. But I would think no. That's probably not an opening move we want to make at this point if we're trying to
Yeah,
talk.
that's not. That's a. All right. Well, if that's what we're going to have to do, and then bad things happen.
No, I'm gonna set up. I'll set up a phone call to the room, and I will route it through the front desk.
So let's call them.
All right. So close to around midnight is when all this is sort of going down. You route a call to the room from the front desk.
Yep.
The phone rings for a long time. Do you let it ring until it rings out?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you will see a little while later, as it's ringing, there is a trace program will activate,
You should totally.
and
You should totally be waiting for him in the net and go, "Hi, we just want to talk."
I am gonna leave a little sticky note in there that he can find.
Well, there is a trace program that sort of terminates at the front desk, since that's effectively where you're calling from. Then the phone is answered, and you hear a yes.
Hi. You can call me Frey. We would really like to talk to you. One professional to another.
There is a pause, and you can almost hear the sound, sort of muffled sound of talking. So someone's covered the phone, and you can almost hear there's someone on the call, calls himself Frey. You can hear that sort of chatter going on in the back.
We need a laser mic.
Can I get a perception roll from Shard, please?
So is this like a male speaking?
It is a male speaking.
So that is okay. So I think he's probably gonna say, "I'm guessing this is glitter."
He says, "What is it you want?" And you hear the phone is again cupped, and there's like muffled speaking that you can't sort of make out taking place. All right, Shard, give me a IQ plus magery roll as well, please.
Woo, nice roll, bro.
Alrighty.
All right, so you're just sort of looking around, and you just like get this gut feeling to to sort of project or to sense astrally. So you sort of concentrate for a moment and start looking around, and everything takes on that magical aura superimposed over the real world. And you're looking around, and you'll see a astral form of someone fly up through the roof of the motel and sort of start scanning around the motel grounds. So you will see that that astrally as this sort of call is taking place.
Wave at him.
Yeah, they done effed up, man.
Yeah, I'll pass it along to the team.
Yeah, and I'm probably still talking. I'm like, yeah, we are aware that you were. Let's see how we're going to approach that. We're trying to retrieve a woman named Kellan Colt. We're pretty certain that you guys were involved, and as a professional courtesy, we're trying to avoid getting into a gunfight.
What was your reaction roll? Good.
Yeah, if Shard is actually watching the astral, he may see if a whole bunch of those Shadim start jumping on something in the region of that room.
There are some that seem to be around the place. Whether you can't see through solid objects and stuff like that, so you can't see into the room, so you don't know what's happening there.
Is this just an assumption on our part, or have we pretty much determined that is actually a danger?
I think Shard has some knowledge in that from a spirits roll.
Okay, so if he informs us, because it sounded like he did mention it, that he's like they went one of them went astral. I think Frey is going to interrupt what he is in the process of saying and tell them, have your mage pull back. The Shadim will take over the body.
You will hear the phone is again cupped. And the voices sort of go on in the background. Can I get a vision-based perception roll from everyone else, please?
Okay, I'm going to actually remember to
Mm-hmm.
add the enhancement stuff this time. I've got infrared. Is that also is this like versus heat sources as well?
I guess yes. Okay, so Frey and Gorgo, you guys are sort of stepped out of the car. You're across the street of the this motel. You're looking around, and you will catch a glint of something, some movement on top of the sign that says Lakeview Inn. Can I get IQ rolls, please? From
Sniper.
We don't need it.
Frost and Frey.
We know what that is.
Frost and Frey or Gorgo and Frey?
I think it was Gorgo.
Sorry, Gorgo and Frey.
He'll get it right at some point.
All right, so both of your characters will recognize that is the glint of a scope from a sniper as it's sort of brought to bear on your sort of location.
Dumbass. Doesn't have the shader on his scope.
Well, it's fine. It's that irritating the glowing, what is it, the LED thing?
It just happened to reflect from the street lights below. Just the right angle for you guys to notice.
Well, Frey has enhanced time sense, so he would be able to respond before me. So, what are you doing, Frey?
I am on the phone trying to avoid us having to shoot all of these fellow runners.
But you
Say
just
hi.
noticed a scope aiming in
Well,
our
we
direction.
were expecting that.
It's
You know,
quite
probably
possible
you're-
that's been pointing at you for a little while already.
Right. Daniel's probably right. He's probably gonna look into that direction, like point up there and wave a little bit. It ideally it never hurts to enhance your reputation.
So astrally, Shard, as you're listening into the phone call, and you will hear Frey say your mage needs to get back straight away or whatever it was.
Urgent.
You will see that the astral form of someone disappears back through the roof of the building. There is like several long seconds of pause where nothing happens, and then you hear the sound of gunfire, and you can see the muzzle flashes lighting up the room that is the room of this group.
Alas.
Too late.
Right. Well, at that, we need to probably start sprinting forward, still shouting in the phone. It's like, we're coming up to help. Sniper, hold your fire. Wait, what was the sniper's name? I can't remember.
Yeah, we had everybody's names.
Yeah, I could remember Glitter and Bitspeak, and I think there were 2 or 3 more, but I can't remember what they are.
Ardra is the sniper.
Right. Then
She is the sniper.
He'd probably identify her. Then it's like Audra, please hold your fire. Damn it.
You would probably have to yell that out because they're not going to be on the phone call.
Well, as we're running up there, unless they tie it in.
What kind of outfit is this?
Yeah, they might have tied it into their comms. It's what we would do. It's what we do.
You called the room phone.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but
They've got a Decker. He can do some wibbly wobbly magicy stuff.
All right, so give me another reaction roll as you run in shouting, "We're here to help." I will give you a bonus of +2 on this roll.
Frey?
Yeah, I'm calculating this stuff. Relax, bro.
damn.
All right, so you charge across the road and into the parking area of the inn. You will be acutely aware of this sniper, tracking your movement, and you almost feel, like you're going to get shot. And you will see, you assume it's Ardra. She will sort of raise to her knees, sling the rifle over her shoulder, and begin to descend from this sign. You continue your charge to the room. The door is there. It is locked. You will hear gunfire, and you also see what is, you can only assume, is like magic being tossed.
Right. We need like a doorknob charge or something.
So the question I have there, the first thing I have is, did Ardra join us?
Well, she's climbing down from her vantage point.
Process.
She could have shot, but she stood up and is beginning to climb down.
Gotcha.
Wanna wire the
what I
hinges?
have. Yeah. Yeah, monowire the hinges with the caniffs. Although, honestly, it depends on how far behind us she is. Because if this place has got... yeah, well, it's locked. I don't want to necessarily kick the door in.
Ardra's not going to be able to join you guys. It'll take her a little while to climb down, so if you're just going to monowire the doors, you're going to get through the doors really quick.
Okay, yeah, then we're going to do that, and then hopefully not have to... Oh, man. So, this is probably a question for Shard. So what happens if someone goes astral and their body is taken over and or destroyed, whatever? Is the astral form also destroyed, or is it like stuck as a ghost?
Alright,
would that be
make a spirits roll.
Oh, spirits.
Actually,
Almost.
you can make a thaumatology roll as a complementary skill, because they are definitely related.
Yeah, I like that. Oh, dude. Man, there's a lot of criticals tonight.
Alright,
So
you
that's
will...
success by one.
You will know that the spirit will definitely inhabit the body of someone that has projected astrally. That astral form is still likely connected to the host body, and your thaumatology tells you that it is within the realm of possibility if the spirit is attacked in astral, so like astral combat, and the spirit is defeated in astral, then the host can return to the body. But the host can't return to the body while the Shadim inhabits it. And if I recall correctly, after a certain amount of time astrally, your link to your body will eventually, fade, and you will never be able to return.
Yeah, what he said.
So we can potentially restrain it.
I'm also wondering, is there a way to banish them?
Yes.
But
so if you have banish as a spell, you could definitely do
you're
that.
Not gonna have
Otherwise,
banish, are you?
Otherwise, it is astral combat, which amounts to, punching your spirit self.
Don't have banish, and as for punching spirit self, as long as I can punch someone with a flame jet, then I'm totally fine.
That will not work.
But you can't actually project, though. Or can you?
Yeah, and then there's that whole thing of me not being able to project. Forgot about that.
Oof, yeah.
Okay, so you will...
I don't think it's going to end well for this mage.
Give me a knife roll to represent how quickly you dispatch these doors on whoever's doing the roll.
I'm the fastest on foot, so I'm probably there before everybody else is.
Well, okay, yeah. By the time you're through the door, everybody's caught up.
Pity you don't have a monowire whip or a garrote, because then you could just go and just cut a slice out of the door.
Well, see, technically that wouldn't work because at least with it, I think in both of those cases there's something on the end, a weight, and that weight won't go through the door.
No, but okay, I see what you're saying. And the hinges are gonna probably be on the inside.
But you can take the doorknob off.
Yeah,
Either
so
case,
that's probably what it is. It's like doorknob, punch it, and then pull the door open.
Hot knife through butter.
Yep.
You cut through the door, and within seconds, you can kick that door open.
Boot.
All right, you will find a motel room. There is a person which you could only imagine is Darkbright, their mage. Has some bullet injuries, but is still fighting strong. However, if you recall from the previous adventure, Dr. Oslander could actually fire magical bolts.
Yeah.
You are seeing that taking place here. So in returning fire, this Shadim is attacking with like magical energy, firing bolts at the people in the room, and it is fairly chaotic. I'll reset the turn thingy.
And he's got that fear stuff too.
He does have that fear stuff too. You will see Bitspeak, their decker, seems to be laid out on the floor, bleeding from there's a rather large wound. It doesn't resemble any gunshots or anything like that you're familiar with, but it is a large wound, and he's up against the wall. You see he has a pistol at his side, and he's on the edge of passing out or whatever. The others are in various states of injury, but everyone's still alive at this point.
Noted.
Time for Gorgo to use that higher purpose.
Yep.
1 second.
Man, how do we avoid whacking this dude?
You're gonna have to wrestle him.
I don't think we can.
Yeah, I don't
Unless
know
we're
if
gonna
there's
kill
anything.
ourselves.
I don't know if there's anything we can do to help there. Wait, no, I do have Tangler rounds in the grenade launcher.
Uh-huh. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, that's right. I have the memory baton rounds too.
I'm not sure. Would that actually work on an inhabiting thing?
Well,
Does that
still
seem
knock
whatever?
him down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I'm
this-
probably going to need to spend my first round effectively readying to not eject, but to change from the round that I have in there to the Tangler round.
Okay.
Another question I have, and I am presuming Shard would have known this beforehand. Since once the Shadim are possessed, does that mean they're like completely immune to like biochemical stuff and such like that? Do they have the immune to metabolic hazards? Because the other thing that I'm thinking is his backup is actually the needler pistol that he had picked up a while back, that has sleep poison on it.
Yeah, I was trying to remember if Gorgo had some kind of trait gun or something.
Yeah, if you recall, I think I purchased the needlers like 2 adventures ago or something like that because I started going, oh yeah, I should probably try to avoid shooting everybody and killing them all the time.
Well, I'm not sure if the immune to metabolic hazards is falls under the unliving, but they have like unliving, no brain, no vitals. So,
well, they should have a template of some kind. Or
So
meta trait.
Does that mean they, sleep poison won't work on them?
So, quick question though: is this guy
I'm
considered
going to say no because.
Okay, here we go.
Dead things
Frey doesn't
are asleep.
know this. Frey doesn't know this, so his first reaction is he's going to probably quick draw the needler and shoot the thing in the hopes that it will knock it out.
Well, I have a question though: is this guy officially undead, or is he just possessed?
Well, at this point, he's possessed, but you know that the body continues to function even though they're dead.
So can we put the body to sleep? That would be the question, and that would be something that maybe Shard might have known ahead before going in.
I'm going to say no, because if they can control a dead body, a sleeping body is no different. They're just puppeting the flesh.
What's the range? It's going to be like short range, right?
Yes, so we'll use range bands. Short and close are your options, and you can just move. There's no tactical map for this one.
Yeah, so not knowing that they are necessarily immune to that, he's going to fast draw the needler and shoot the thing in the neck. And apparently miss.
I didn't know that was physically possible.
Well, it's not his normal firearm.
Missed by one is torso.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, if it's got any armor, it probably isn't even gonna get through the armor.
All right. Doesn't matter. It moves out of the way of the shot. And if you recall from the previous adventure, these guys also have.
Yep, I forgot. I needed to do the fright check thing first.
Yeah, so if you recall, they had the ability to sort of take on a shadow form. This is, in effect, a sort of blur. This room is currently dark, so you guys are going to be at a penalty, I think it was 5.
So I'm good to go.
To hit this thing, as it sort of is just wispy shadow form.
So lighting penalty -5?
So -5 to hit.
Is that not actually a lighting penalty?
It's not a lighting penalty, but they need to be in the dark for it to be such. So the room is dark. No, it's not a lighting penalty. It's like, the blur spell. I think you have it.
Yes.
So the blur spell that only works in the dark.
But we can use the lighting penalty as the modifier to represent the -5 that we need, right?
Sure.
Yeah, it's just night vision won't help.
Okay, so since you guys are new arrivals, this thing will also focus its attention on you, and let's see. Let's roll. There's 4 of you. We'll roll a d10. On a 1 to 4, it's... Sorry. We'll roll a d8. On a 1 to 4, it's you guys. So this thing fires off a power bolt at one of the other runners. Frost, you enter the room.
Don't exactly enter the room. I'm actually going to stand outside the room. And where is that? Good enough. I am drawing a memory baton round and going to chamber it.
Would I have had the opportunity to rev up my laser beforehand?
Yes.
Excellent. Then Black Wispy Thing is going to get lasered.
Roll fright checks, people.
Damn it.
Never mind, I'm doing nothing.
Actually, both of us failed.
No, you passed.
No, I failed. That's a 14.
So 14, the max you can roll normally is a 13. Or the maximum effective skill.
There's a cap on fright.
Yeah, I picked up that perk, rule of 15, so 14 wouldn't fail for me, but a 15 would.
Alright, fright check, go.
Don't need to. Unfazable.
You should kill him to make that go away.
Question though. So I think what we were going with was you are stunned for a number of rounds equal to your
Just
failure,
one round.
but I didn't actually fail.
No, just 1 round.
Okay.
Who's
Because
the
you have
closest,
to roll again next time.
Oh, right,
so.
right. That's how we did it.
Who would be like the closest injured person near me?
It sounded like
The most injured
their
is
Decker was the
Bitspeak.
worst off. Yeah.
I'm going to head over to Bitspeak, and I'm going to also fire off a shot at the Dark Bright.
Alright, so that's a move and attack. You're at a penalty equal to your bulk.
Now, are we trying not to kill the body?
No, based on my previous experience with these things, I'm not going to try to not kill it. I'm going to kill it.
What was the
Well,
blur penalty is 5?
If the body is -5. If the body is thoroughly messed up, they abandon it, right?
Yeah, so once they get to minus hit points, they dissipate. They disappear. They abandon the body.
Actually, I was just thinking you could break his arms and legs, so he's useless.
Well, I was thinking it's like if you do that, where it's like you hit him and he's thoroughly foobarred, and it leaves. Darkbright can jump into the body, and then Gorko can jump there and go, "Hey, I want to try to help you out here. Sorry about shooting you and blowing your leg off."
I'm just going to roll, and then you can figure out what the negatives are.
There would still be a death roll for the body.
Do I hit at all?
So succeed by 5 with the
The
blur.
range should be really close.
So you're fine. That is actually a hit.
1 hit, right?
1 hit. Give me a sec.
Actually, no, it's not, because he's got an additional -3 for range, for short range.
I think it was actually close, but there's also the moving.
Yeah, so that will be a miss, actually.
Okay. So I'm basically heading over to Blitz, taking some shots off, and then once I get to Blitz, I'm going to see if I can hunker down next to him, pull him down, and start treating him.
All right, so you will charge in. Bitspeak will see you charging at him. His immediate reaction is like defensive, and you can see he's like back up against the wall, sitting on the ground. His pistol is at his side, sort of still in his hand. He sort of lifts the gun to sort of point at you, but then is like has no energy to actually take the shot, and his arm falls back down to his side. His hand is still on the grip of the gun, though.
Well, you should have noticed that I did some shots off at the dark bright, so I'll just yell out, "I'm here to help."
It is chaotic, but at least you did not get shot. Frey. And a fright check roll as well.
Right. I keep forgetting that.
Actually, do you have to see it? Is line of sight required?
No. It's an area effect, like an aura, so you just get freaked out if you're near it. And in the case of this one, it's 12 yards.
Yeah.
Right. And normally, this would also require it to make a health -6 check, where a fail equaled they became drowsy, and a fail by 5 or more is unconscious for minutes equal to the margin of failure.
Alright, so this was at the skull.
Yep.
So there's no DR on the skull except for the brain. They're not where... they've got ballistic clothing and stuff like that, but nothing on the head. So 2 points penetrates, and in this case, since the body is still alive, I will, for the purposes of whether this body is actually dying or not, I think I'll do like 2 hit point values. So for the purpose of killing this thing, you will do 1 point.
Right.
And I will use the fatigue column on this thing for the actual damage to the living body, which would have been 8 points. So everyone following what I'm doing?
Yeah.
I think
So if you take, you've only done like 1 point to the Shadim side of things, but in the process of doing that, you've done 8 points to Dark Bright's brain. So if you take her to a death roll, for example, I'll roll. So the body will die, but the Shadim would still be able to control it as long as you haven't taken the Shadim hit points beyond the minus hit points.
Yeah, the Dark Bright's hosed.
Alright, so 8 points of damage to the brain you've just done, but only 1 point of damage to the Shadim.
With those
But-
itty bitty needlers.
But does the drug do anything?
Oh, that's a really good point. I mean,
So what is it? It's paralysis.
it's actually sleep poison. I think from Ultratech, it is health -6. Fail makes them drowsy, and a fail by 5 is unconscious for minutes equal to the margin of failure.
All right, so we will say, assuming that Dark Bright survives, the body survives, and you get rid of the Shadim, then your poison will have its normal effect. So we'll roll it in that case.
I'm not sure how we're going to be able to. Not sure we're going to be able to do that because I don't know how many hit points the Shadim has.
Well, were they extra strong? I don't recall.
Yes, they become extra strong when the spirit is. They have strength 15.
Like we can't possibly do it, or is it 15? We could still pile on it.
No, that's not what I mean. I meant how many hit points it has. I didn't know if it's the Shadim itself only has 6 hit points or something like that. If you can inflict astral damage.
No, I was thinking if we actually wrestle it down and get it to a point where it can't do anything, it might leave.
That's potential. All right, so we'll do this again.
And in the meantime, the previous owner may be fighting on the other side.
That's true. Maybe going, get the hell out of my body as it's punching. Actually, if it can go astral, maybe it can. Whoever, is it a he? Is it a she?
Dark Bright.
Yeah.
Is a she.
Right. So maybe she can, if she can already go astral, maybe she has the capability of doing astral damage.
Mm-hmm.
She is. So she's fighting from the inside.
And I'm betting that thing can't concentrate in both directions at the same time.
All right. So in this case, it is not one of you guys that are the target, and he will attack someone else, be it Dark Bright in astral or one of the other peeps, but you guys aren't hit.
Right.
Fright check.
Right. Okay.
Yes,
so
in the upside down, you are hearing her say, "Don't kill my body."
This time I'm actually going to do what I was trying to do before, loading the memory baton round.
Right up. Fright check. You're good.
That was laser.
Any particular hit location? You have the option to move into close, where there'll be 0 penalties for range, but in close you are within touching distance, and they have a paralyzing touch.
Oh, do I? I don't really want to do a hit location just because that's additional penalties to hit. I really don't need.
You are going to be -5 to hit anyway because of the blur.
Yeah, that's precisely why I don't want to take additional penalties with the shindig.
Unless you can somehow light this place up.
You can aim.
Unless I can light this place up, you say?
That's true. I didn't think about that.
Let me double check a thing.
Those drones have... I think that might be the wrong drone. The previous version of the drones had actual flashlights. How much light would it require, would you think?
Let's just say it's -5 darkness penalty. So the more you can bring it to 0, that will be your penalty.
I have a
And in
heavy
that case-
flashlight.
So do they take penalties against light?
They don't.
Like, oh, that's too bad. I
Okay,
was
so
seriously
light
thinking
is-
about pulling the flash spell.
Hmm.
light's
Granted,
a
I
bit
got a 10.
too low. Oh, wait a minute. You just said flash.
No, flash is, dude. Yeah, flash is brutal, and that's going to affect everybody.
That's true. That's true. Okay, then I will. I'll pull out one of my like a bullet out of my pocket and continue a light on it, and I'm going to make it bright,
Bright as day.
bright as day.
All right. So make your roll. Wow. No fatigue.
Damn.
Oh, that's good because that's 6 for
That
bright as
is
day.
a
So I'm glad with that.
lot of freaking. It's a lot of crits
Shush!
tonight.
Stop calling attention to it. Maybe
It's
it won't
weird.
notice.
All right. So you will grab this bullet, infuse it with light, and it just glows bright. Everyone's eyes take a moment to sort of compensate to the sudden change in brightness. You flick this bullet into the middle of the room, and the Shadim no longer has the benefit of its blurry, shadowy form.
That's good. Actually, I don't take a
Gorgo.
minute to react. I have those flash-proof contacts.
Now that I can see properly, am I by the guy right now?
Yes.
Is there like a couch or anything around or something like that that would put me in between me and the Dark Bright?
You could like drag
So-
Bitspeak behind cover.
Yeah, I will drag Bitspeak. Basically, hey, come here. I'm going to help you. I'm going to drag him behind a couch. I'm going to start administering first aid.
Well,
Now bear in mind when you do that first aid is going to basically take you out of the fight.
Well, I figure Frey, Frost, and Shard probably have it covered.
Probably.
Bitspeak is in no position to help himself, so if you're going to get him behind the cover, you'll have to drag him.
Okay, I'll drag him. What, strength, dex, what?
No, you're strong enough to drag a person. No need for any rolls or anything like that, so you just pick him up. The only thing that's going to be affected is the speed at which you can move him. So, but it's a small room. You take
So I'm going to get him
the time
behind,
to get him behind
I'm
cover.
basically going to get him behind cover so he's not a target, and I'm going to start administering first aid. Should I roll first aid now or next round?
You can roll first aid now.
Yeah, but that means you're definitely out of the fight because that's 10 minutes.
All right, so you immediately start working on him. You
It's just 1 or maybe 30 seconds.
you rip open his ballistic clothing to reveal a wound that you have not seen before. It's not like a bullet wound or anything like that. It's just like the flesh has exploded. You're obviously not familiar with
Like
magic, or
microwaves?
kind of like microwave. Well, microwaves don't exactly explode steak and whatnot, but it looks like the flesh has just exploded, like disintegrated. Every cell in the body has just erupted, and it is a rather nasty wound. All right, Frey. Still to the skull.
That's what's exposed.
All 3 shots will hit. You're welcome to roll your damage separately.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think she's
At
gonna
least
make
you're
it.
consistent.
Alright, so that's going to be 3 points total to the Shadim.
It's gonna be what, a total of 32 points to the brain.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to have to do some mental gymnastics here. Alright, so that's 2 death rolls.
Yeah, as soon as she goes down, I'm darting in that direction and shouting for Gorgo. Wait, no, if she dies, that means the thing is just going to take over.
Alright, she's not dead.
Wait, wouldn't those be 4 points apiece to the brain, not 8?
No, because they're impaling attack.
Yeah, but
Piercing
it's
minus, though.
So whatever gets through is halved.
So it should only be
Actually,
1
no.
point.
Wait,
getting
sorry.
through.
It's not halved.
Well, normally it's halved when it gets through, which would mean 1 point got through to the brain times 4.
No,
wait,
no,
no.
it doesn't work like that.
No, that's right. It doesn't. It bypasses that when you go to the brain. That's right. You're right.
Well, that's why I was going for the smaller stuff in the hopes that I'd not blow the back of her skull off.
Well, I mean, you've succeeded.
Her body's not dead. But you're doing minimal stuff to the Shadim.
Every shot is like 2 months in the hospital.
Alright, Frey, it has taken an unliking to you.
I can't
Seems
imagine
reasonable.
why. I'm such a friendly fellow. Okay, let's see here. This is range. I can't do. Yeah, I can do that.
Alright, successful dodge. Frost.
Stand by. Okay, so the blur is off.
Still need to make a fraud check.
Still got to do that. Doing the thing. All good. And all right, so Frost is basically going to poke through the door at a crouch, leading with the shotgun, and he's going to take out its legs with a memory baton.
Okay.
Dunk. All right. Well, so it had ballistic armor on, so chances are none of that's going to get through it. But it's going to take 20 points of double knockback. Or is it just straight knockback?
So, armor is multiplied by 4, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, there's going to be blunt trauma, so it'll be 2 points of blunt trauma.
Which isn't going to break anything, probably.
And I guess that's going to be knockback 1.
Now, it's up to you whether or not hitting them in the legs has any additional effect on that.
We'll see what sort of roll on the dex. Okay, we'll say the force or the impact on the leg is enough to take the leg out, and this thing has fallen prone.
Success!
What are shard spells?
What are you looking for?
I'm just wondering what you have. Is that on the boards?
Should be. I don't think I've picked up any new ones.
Okay, I'm looking to see if there's anything that might be particularly useful against this fellow.
Alright, so this thing is prone at the moment.
Well, just so you know what I'm thinking is, if we can all pile on with a grapple, we can overcome 15 strength. Probably pretty easily, I think.
Well, I was actually planning on dropping the pistol and going, readying the because he's been shooting with one hand, and he's got
Right.
the rifle in the other hand, and
Right, you
do
got the
the
tangler.
hit it with the tangler, yeah.
Okay. Even better. Tie it to the floor.
Okay, Shard, what are you doing?
Well, hang on, folks are making suggestions.
Yeah, I'm wondering, would pain actually apply to that thing?
I'm thinking not. If death doesn't matter, then...
But the body is still alive, so if the body experiences pain...
It
then
does
I
have
would-
high pain threshold for the purposes of knockdown
Okay,
rolls
well,
and
that
stuff like
answers.
that, so...
If it has high pain threshold, then pain still matters.
So if you can stun it with pain, then yeah, that works.
Other thing I was thinking is you have ward. I want to see what that actually does.
It's like if I know the spell and it's cast at me, I can block it by a ward. It's
that it?
pretty limited. Yeah. Okay,
Ward
you know
when
what?
cast immediately after a spell thrown. Okay, yeah, that is pretty lame.
So pain might not be that useful, but I'm thinking spasm might do it.
Mm.
I can direct it at any of the voluntary muscles. So
Yeah,
if
maybe.
I can hit him in the leg with spasm, then that would help keep Darkbite on the ground.
Legs, arms, either one.
Yeah.
Arms might be more useful at this point since it's already on the ground.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll do a.
Yeah.
I'll walk up and hit spasm on the arms.
Probably just take weight. If this thing tries to get up, then you activate your weight and spasm it.
You could use throw spell for that.
True.
Because at present it's already prone, so spasming it's not going to really have any effect, so I would take weight.
Okay, then yeah, I'll do that. If it tries to get back up, I will throw spasm at the legs.
Continuing
so-
to administer first aid.
Frey, this thing is on the
Right.
ground. Looks angry at you.
Yep. Right. So he is going to drop the needler because that's not as super important to him right now, and ready the grenade launcher with the other one. So he's basically gonna be taking a ready action this round to eject one of the grenades.
You have fast draw long arm?
I do not. That's why I was like, holy crap, I don't. How do I not have that?
Well, it is a long arm.
All right, this thing is going to change posture, getting to a knee. You can
Hit him with
activate.
spasm.
You can activate your spasm.
Yeah, because I figured we didn't want me to hit it with a explosive round at this range. That could have been better.
Could have been worse.
Spasm is resisted by health, I believe.
That is
That is
correct.
correct.
So,
That means he failed.
all right. So you spasm the leg, and Darkbright remains prone.
Very nice.
Go team! All right, Frost is gonna let the submachine gun go, and fast draw the baton.
You'll have to remember to take
As
the
well.
fatigue for spasm.
And Frost is going to actually I'm gonna
Fright
go
check.
ahead and take. Frost is going to roll the fright check first. Why is the guy who doesn't have to roll it the one monitoring?
Because he's a
God
jerk
damn
like
it.
that.
Never mind.
No, you. Oh, yeah.
All right, are you ready to throw spasm in the exact same situation?
Continues to administer first aid.
Okay, hold on. I have to do stuffs. All right. Well, that's not terrible.
Well,
Okay, so
its
prone,
dodge is going to suck.
and even if its dodge didn't suck, it still failed the dodge. I haven't rolled. No, I rolled one successful dodge.
Shh.
Stop taking all my criticals. All right. So, what's the roll for being tangled?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking that up for the doohickey. It is the strength 15.
Yeah, that figures.
Yeah, well, that's the strength of the effect depends on the warhead size, so it is additional hits layer over a victim.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a contest of strength 15.
Yes.
Well, it's
Will
gonna do
attempt to
that.
break
Wow.
free. That's its turn
Um,
now.
Okay, so I will. So I make a 15 roll, right?
Yes.
That's the only one that I had straight away that was easily 15.
So you
go.
win. It does not manage to break free. So how long is it tangled for now?
Give me a second. I was adjusting my doohickey things. If it to break free, he must win a quick contest of strength or escape against the strength. Each attempt makes. Oh, so he's like each attempt he has to, or each second he has to, or he can try it. If the victim fails to break free, he loses 1 fatigue point, but may try again. Alternately, he may try to destroy the tangle strands. Innate attacks hit automatically. Other attacks hit -4. Interesting.
Okay, I've just added a second dark rot so I can record fatigues.
Right, yeah, so I guess I should have already hit turn complete for your, so you could have made that the strength attempt.
Front check.
All right. Snap out of it, man. Okay.
There you
I
go.
should be.
Now
should
you
be
gain
immune from now on.
unfazable. Yeah, margin crit, you gain unfazable, right? That's how it goes.
I'm cool with that.
Okay.
Critical front check.
So
You just, for this particular, at least this combat.
yeah, just temporarily.
Against this particular guy.
So like I was going to do last time, fast draw the baton and run over to get hold of its legs and try to wrestle it.
Okay, so make a grapple.
I forgot to undo my fatigue, so I'm going to leave my fatigue. And I am going to do a wrestling attack if I can find the damn thing. Right, I put that over there. Did I put targets? I did. Excellent. I have planned ahead. Grappling! I have got its legs. Or a leg.
But I just Spider-Man did. How does that work?
Well, it's trying to wriggle out of the web, and I am making sure it can't stand up.
Alright, so it gets a dodge.
Actually, I suppose what you could consider that is the piling on.
Being prone is
Prone and it's grappled.
-4. Well, this is its dodge versus your grapple.
Yeah, but it's already grappled by the tangler.
Right. Okay. So it's a foul dodge.
No, what I was going to say is you could just consider this a piling on thing.
Yep.
And so I give
I think it's
20% of my strength to the tangler, basically.
What's that equate to?
I believe that's going to be 2. Yeah, 2.
Alright, so the tangler is strength 17 at the moment.
Yeah, effectively.
You might want to set up a tangler round in your other skill rolls.
Yeah,
for Frey.
Doing so.
Shard. Your wait has passed. Are you going to continue to wait?
I will, yes.
We shall just skip straight to Frey.
Okay, so I think I can do this without hitting Frost as well.
Well, if you do, I'll live.
What was my total? It was +2. Yeah, +2. And this is the last of the Tangler rounds that I have loaded.
Alright, foul dodge.
So according to this, that is just going to increase my strength by 1.
Okay. So strength 18 at the moment.
Yep. Oh, right. And I did. Did I remember? I did not. Okay.
It'll attempt to break free.
Wow.
Okay. It
That's
begins
ridiculous.
to shed the tangle rounds, it just breaks the strands. They go ping as it pulls free.
Actually, as it's doing that, that's going to trigger Shard to go doink.
Sure. If Shard is successful in the spasm, I will say that that will stop its attempt to break free.
I'll lock it. Sweet.
Ooh, that's a good one. By 6.
That's still going to be a failed dodge. And definitely a failed spasm.
Woot!
So it attempts to break from the tangler, but is unable to.
I'm holding on. Actually, I think this. Yeah, let's not try anything fancy just yet.
Shard is just going to wait.
Yep, reweight.
Frey.
Okay, so I am going to release the rifle. It's going to be obviously on the sling, combat sling. I think I'm going to move over there to assist Frost. So, what were you doing? How were you doing this, Daniel? Just a
I
wrestling
just
check?
did a wrestling attack, yeah.
Oh, actually, before I even remember or forget. Okay, so did that. Do I have? I do not have wrestling. I do have judo though.
Or whatever, yeah, judo.
Okay, so I just make a judo check then.
Uh-huh.
Booyah!
It does not manage to escape your grapple, so it is considered grappled by both of you. Your strength, or 20% of your strength, is...
My strength is sadly only 10.
Alright, so that's a +2.
2 more.
So strength
So
20
I'm
for
still
the
trying.
purpose of breaking free.
I'm still trying to find that goddamn rule.
Alright, so at this point, it is only going to attempt to break free. And you guys will hold. So unless anyone is doing anything special, we'll just do break free attempts. And I'll say after 5 attempts, it will decide that the body is useless.
Okay. Yeah, because I was also thinking I would probably shout out for Shard to see if he could peek into the astral to see how well Darkbright is doing against it. But I don't know if that would. Yeah, that would mess up your weight though.
It would. Alright, so we'll do contests of strengths.
Okay.
First one. Alright, so... No, it doesn't break free. Second one.
Ugh.
Still doesn't break
Not
free.
well.
Woo.
Third, it does not break free.
That's better.
There you go.
Still does not break free.
Yeah.
And does not break free. The Shadim, as you've seen previously, will relinquish its control of the body. It turns into like a wispy form, and you can almost see like the effects of astral combat. Sort of for a brief moment, you see the sort of physical effects of this Shadim is being attacked in astral space from Dark Bright before it dissipates. So there's just
Like
a flash.
Scars and holes in it.
And it goes. Dark Bright the body is motionless because you put it to sleep.
Yep.
Not to mention,
Yeah.
-2 hit points.
So first thing we're gonna do is probably have Shard check her out astrally.
I have diagnostic smart bandages, so I can start working fast first aid.
There is like a, after everything sort of dissipates, you'll see the body raises a little bit, and it like takes a deep breath, and then just sinks as Dark Bright has re-inhabited her body. However, she's like bleeding from the nose and ear as she has significant brain trauma.
If Gorgo needs to, he will. All right, I heard the call. I'm gonna make sure that Blitz is at least stabilized, and then I'll head over to Dark Bright, diagnose her, and start administering first aid.
It'll take a while it'll take you at least a minute to stabilize Bitspeak.
Okay.
However, Dark Bright is going to make bleeding rolls.
No, she won't.
Why not?
See text.
Is so question the question I would have is I would do triage. Is Blitzen any at this point, is he gonna die if I leave him?
He doesn't look like he's going to die, but
So
if he's left prolonged, he might.
Okay. I'll be back. I gotta check on Dark Bright. So I'm gonna head over to Dark Bright and start treating her. I'm gonna diagnose her, see what she needs, and start doing the first aid.
All right. So she has significant brain trauma. She's had 4 needles put through her head.
Yeah, well, they're small needles, and it's mostly sleep poison.
He was aiming for the less important parts.
Okay, so you can make a first aid roll. I wonder how this is going to work with bleeding.
Well, the smart bandage says it stops bleeding immediately.
Well, this gives you a
Or it
+2
says
bonus.
Well, no, it says, and its hemostatic proteins always stop bleeding.
Okay. Because she would be at -8 on her bleeding rolls. Alright.
I see how it is. Now we're using bleeding rules because he wants to kill this chick. What's up with that? Why do you hate her so much?
I have my reasons.
I also have, surgery,
so-
and I also have a physician.
Yeah, surgery
too, so.
takes hours, dude.
You know that while there's no massive like visible physical injuries, you know that she's not in a good way. You can tell that from your first aid. She's going to need hospitalization, but
So
you have managed to stabilize her. She will get 1d plus 1 hit points back.
Here's a question. Can I burn that Docwagon thing for her?
No.
Well, that's disappointing.
Did they have their own Docwagon?
Well,
Actually,
I can reach out to
They
my
might.
I can reach out to my Claudia and see if she can get a
That's a
Docwagon over
possibility.
here.
Well, also to be fair, it's Docwagon's probably like dealing with a crap ton of these right now.
That's why if I get a hold of my contact, Claudia Besta, she might be able to make arrangements. I can try to reach her and see if she's available.
Okay. Dark Bright does not have a Docwagon contract. In any case, she's been stabilized. She's going to be out for a little while just because she got sleep drugged.
Which might
And
be good for her.
And she's
She'll
also
be
very sticky.
she'll be out for at least 10 or 12 hours, I think, because she's minus 40 hit points. Actually, she's minus... No, that's right, minus 40.
Well, it's
I can
tech level
transfer
9.
those
She's
over.
probably just fine.
I'll head back over to Blitz and continue the first aid on him. And then any other people that need first aid, I'll administer first aid to them as well.
Alright, so give me a first aid roll for Shiny. Oh, as this is taking place, you will see entering through the main door is Ardra with her sniper rifle sort of leveled at all you guys. She enters in a sort of tactical fashion. A rifle is at the shoulder, pointing at you guys, and she's sort of evaluating the situation. Give me a reaction roll.
Shark can probably tell her that she's back.
Who would you like to do the reaction roll?
The first person that's likely to interact with her.
Let's see. Frost and Frey were working on somebody. Gorgo was working on somebody. So Shard is probably the first one she's going to bump into. That was not a skill roll.
Alright, so
Supposed to roll higher.
she will stop in the doorway, rifle sort of leveled across you guys, and she will say, "No one fracking move. Drop your weapons."
I will simply look at her and I say, if I stop what I'm doing...
Drop your
I'm
fracking
going to
weapons.
die. Hey, shoot me if you want. I'm going to continue to administer first aid.
All
I
right,
think
give
you
me
just got shot.
give me a reaction roll. I'll give you a bonus of +2 because you're obviously doing first aid.
While I'm doing... It's... Okay.
You could include your higher purpose here if you wish.
That would be +4. So... +6 to the reaction roll. That would
Ow,
be
is
what?
it 4?
Yes.
All right. So in this case, she will no longer sweep her rifle in Gorgo's direction, but anyone else that has a weapon, she is indicating to drop your weapons like immediately, and you can just see from her, body language and stuff that she's serious.
Aren't we
Well,
like
nobody
in the
else
middle
actually
of
has a
doing
weapon in their
first aid?
hands.
You are, but she's still, you're potentially a threat.
Yeah. Well, show
She wants to be the only one with a weapon in hand.
Freya's going to look at her and go, "Do you want your friends to die? We're busy here."
Does Frey have a weapon in hand?
Not at the moment, because he's in the process of doing first aid.
All right, so no one will have a weapon in hand, and I'm assuming that everyone is going to keep doing their first aid.
Yeah, we'll just yell at her like she's supposed to be here. Hey, does she have a Docwagon contact? How about you?
She'll say, "No contract."
That shit's expensive, yo.
Well, get on the comm and get an ambulance out here. Your friends are jacked up.
All right, so she'll move through the room, and if you're doing first aid, your weapon is like on the floor next to you or whatever. She'll just kick them away so that no one is going to surprise her with a sudden weapon, and then she will just stand out of the way. She says,
give her a look like she's an idiot and go, "Get on the comm and call an ambulance."
and she will. She slings her rifle, but she stands a defensive distance from all you guys. She will call, and she will get the. Let's have the universe decide.
It's a busy signal.
Right, we've
If
got
that's even a thing at
Bitspeak,
this-
You're just
Ardra,
borrowing
and
Frost.
Darkbright here. Where is Glitter?
Glitter is here as well. So Bitspeak, Glitter, Darkbright, Shiny,
Other than Ardra, are any of them not
and
injured?
Ardra are all here.
So
No,
I rolled.
they're all injured in various degrees.
So you had me roll for Shiny. I did that. I rolled for Darkbright. I rolled for Blitz. I need to roll for Glitter.
Yep.
Tell Ardra, well, you're lucky. Looks like they're all going to make it. Unless you wanted their split.
You can see that Ardra is a little bit disappointed. She says, "Docwagon's occupied. It could be a while."
Let me try
Gorgo.
my contact.
Yeah, Gorgo, reach out. Actually, I think you'd already contacted her earlier, so she was still
No,
technically
she contacted me.
right.
I didn't contact her.
That's right.
All right, she is available.
Hey, Claudia. I know we just recently did you a favor. I was hoping you could do us a favor. We need a Docwagon at this address. We have multiple people down due to some of the zombies. Can you get something available, please?
And
You
then he
can-
starts rattling off all the medical jargon.
Yes.
You can hear the frustration in her voice, and she says, "We have people out all over the plex. Is it really... Are these people really important?"
Yes.
Do we actually know that?
My higher purpose, they're all important. Doesn't matter who.
Well,
yes, they're important.
I'm sure he'll tell them that anyway, but as I'm thinking about it, we don't know that they're actually connected to the source of this.
No, they were the ones that grabbed what's her face, Colt. That was why we wanted to talk to him.
So she says we're triaging all our calls. If I divert a team from someone else to you guys, someone's going to miss out. Are these people important?
So Gorgo can probably look at them and determine if he can stabilize them, so we can take them to the hospital.
Yeah, we may have them in a state where they can wait for the next available.
Can probably look at. I guess since Ardra is she the only one that is, conscious?
Ardra's fine. She's like uninjured.
She's the only one that's conscious?
No, everyone else is conscious with the exception of Darkbright.
Yeah, so it's like you have to look at him and go, do you have wheels?
Well, we do have the
Actually,
yeah.
Wheels.
Do you have anybody that can at least can you send a automated ambulance or something over here so that we at least can take these people to the hospital ourselves?
Get a Johnny cab.
Well, that's why I'm
Claudia
asking
says
them.
all our units are occupied. If I divert a unit to you, someone's missing out. Again, are these people important?
And that's why I'm asking them, Shani or Ardra or one of them. It's like, do you have wheels?
Yeah, it's out back.
All right, Claudia. We'll get them to the hospital. Peace out. Let me know if there's anything I can do.
She totally heard you say piss off.
Peace out.
Nope.
And if there's anything I can do.
She says, good luck. All right, so you will find parked out the side, sort of at another one of the motel room car parks, is their vehicle.
All right. Well, we're going to be letting Gorgo not drive, but direct the. Okay, pick this guy up this way and do that and such like that. We may have to pick up a what are those boards called?
Stretcher.
No, it's a specific. They have a specific name. The boards that they put there.
Journey.
No, it's the board that
it's
is
like a
used
backboard to secure the neck.
Yeah, to secure the neck and such like that. May have to rig something up like that.
Well, with my training, I would basically direct it.
You would know.
We need to put the neck, and let's get this. Let's use that. And we'll get them all in, depending on
what's required. So you know what's required. The only one that needs urgent attention is Darkbright, and Bitspeak is messed up, but not critical. The rest of the people are just various states of, injury. They're not rolling for consciousness and stuff like that. So you can load these people into a vehicle. Someone can drive while, I guess, Gorgo, you hover over them doing your thing.
So what I'd probably do is I'd probably put Darkbright and Blitz in the van where I have room to lay them down, and have someone drive the van for me, and then the other two that are less injured can go on the other vehicles.
Okay, I'll get a driving roll. A failed driving roll means you might have an encounter with a zombie wandering across the street as you're heading to the hospital.
Who's driving?
Well, driving mine.
So I guess that means I'm driving the van.
I'm gonna have to shoot a zombie.
Driving the van.
And clearly, I'm like, don't come this way. There's a bunch of zombies.
All right, so Frey, you are driving. As it happens, a zombie steps out from in between two cars. You did not have enough time to react, and you sideswipe someone. Well, at least you hope it was a zombie.
Before we leave, we need to ask him about Kellan. Because if she's
Well, I
here, we
figure-
can pick her up.
Yeah, so
Ardra's probably
that's
going to
true.
be coming with us too, right?
Well, all of them are. Yeah, while we're loading up, that's true. We do need to, say, yeah, and we still need to talk about Colt.
Okay, so those that are there, they will explain that they were hired by a Johnson who called himself Auslander.
Damn it.
To steal a jade cup that had been smuggled into Seattle. They tracked down the cup through a couple of Glitter's smuggling contacts, and they found, or they caught up with Kellan. She was not a target. They were only going to do a smash and grab, and the cup was the only target. But since Kellan was there, they took her as well. They will add you to their TAC net for the purposes of this, so you all see this footage. They will show you footage of the exchange where they hand over the cup. Things don't go all too well for them, as they are they're attacked. They're attacked by their Johnson, and he hits them with a number of area effect spells, and they then sort of withdraw, leaving the cup and at this point it was an unconscious and bound Kellan Colt with Auslander. The exchange took place at Cypress Lawn Memorial Park.
I thought we killed Dr. Auslander.
Apparently
No,
he
we
got
killed
better.
the body he was possessing at the time. Is that park nearby? We had kind of narrowed down the center of this crap to here at the lake, so...
It is.
Okay, so at least some of us need to go over there.
Well, if there's likely a hospital, we don't want to go there. Not in force.
Actually, is that park on the lake?
I'm not sure. Cypress Lawn Memorial Park.
Look across the lake.
And we have no fluff for this, so... But this is what it looks like.
They clearly expect a fight there.
Yeah, and we overly complicated the last one with trying to take this person alive, or ensure we didn't kill her.
Well, if it doesn't specify, perhaps it is on the lake and we can just look across and see it.
Hold on, let me search the thing.
There is a likely spot over there, it looks like. I think that probably is a park.
Well, it is a memorial park, so there's like lots of
Wait.
like gravestones.
Yeah, that's the gravestone. So that's across the street. Isn't it? Didn't it say there was a grave?
There was
Cemetery
a
across the street?
cemetery, but I don't think it's the Cypress Memorial Park. There's nothing to suggest, at least in their text, that that's the case.
Yeah. Okay, well, I don't see a cemetery on there, so clearly that's a new addition.
Well, let's get them to the nearest hospital.
Yes. Hospital
and then
first.
go there in force.
And there might be one somewhere nearby, I would expect.
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of hospitals. Let's see, this is Everett, right?
The rest of the group do not want to go to the hospital, but they will be grateful if you make sure that Darkbright gets to hospital.
Are they wanting to go to the park?
No.
I would recommend
Their-
the Blitz based on his condition that he
Their
go
mission
to
was
the hospital.
hosed.
So they're bailing.
They're bailing.
Yeah, because you look there, it says hospitals and clinics 15 on the Everett map. So there's definitely a hospital
okay.
or a
Yeah.
clinic nearby.
All right, so hopefully that won't take very long.
I don't know why this bit of fluff text is here. Oh. I'll share it. I don't see where it's relevant.
Okay, I'm going to presume, based off that Memorial Park is probably near the mall then.
Well, it may be actually in Everett.
So I would be trying to convince Blitz to make sure he goes to the hospital based on his condition.
He'll find a street doc.
That was bit speak, by the way.
All right, okay. Well, I'll tell Bitspeak. Well, if you need a street doc, you can go to
Here's
this
my
address.
card.
Here's my card. I can fix you up later.
He'll
Just
take your
don't
details.
die.
You know that he's in a stable condition. He's not like negative hit points. He's probably below 0, but not
Very uncomfortable.
minus hit points. His buddies will take care of him. You guys will drop off Kellan at the hospital. You can see the hospital is quite busy. Ambulance, Docwagon ambulances are sort of dropping off people. There are people in the halls with various injuries and stuff like that. Given that they're zombies, there's probably some bites from people. There's a lot of people in Halloween costumes sitting around in the waiting rooms. And there's also people in more sort of serious condition on gurneys in the halls of the hospital. It is quite chaotic. You would not be surprised if the mayor declares a state of emergency, at least from what you're seeing in this hospital.
I'm actually surprised he hasn't declared a state of emergency yet.
Well, it's probably not been 24 hours yet. May not have been 4 hours.
Andy might be a dick.
All right. The Cypress Lawn Memorial Park is an eerie contrast with the shiny shores across the street at the Everett Beacon Mall. There you go.
Ha! Good call, Phil.
The gates are rusted open, and the smell of decay pervades the air, even overpowering the soy grills of the Meat King down the street. The chill in the air goes well beyond the temperature and combines with the darkness in the sky to make you feel like you're wading through frozen sewage. A single entrance leads to a road that circles the cemetery, rounding a pair of crypts in the centre. Roads branch out from the smaller of the crypts to intersect the outer road. The feeling of death grows more oppressive as you approach the larger central crypt, confirming that this is the place you've sought. The doors hang open off the crypt, as if powerful claws had torn them from their hinges. Blood stains the ground around the entrance, and fresh impressions on the soft ground tell you of a recent struggle just outside. Just inside the crypt, Kellan Colt lies bound and gagged, unconscious on the floor. Although her chest rises with each breath, blood oozes from her towards the jade cup at her feet. A partially decomposed human male appears to be in the doorway. "Rise," he shouts. Actually, I'll have a picture. I'm pretty sure I have a picture. I will find that picture in a second.
Yeah, right.
Actually, I will. It's probably in the assets. Hang on.
So this is Kellan Colt.
Mm-hmm.
That's the chick we're trying to rescue.
And we got a picture of her, right? Kellan Colt.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you know, she's actually got a number of actual Shadowrun books written about her.
So we can't let her die.
I
Unless they
think,
were in the past.
I think they were in the past. Oh, he looks like a pleasant fellow. I'm going to enjoy shooting him.
Aw, what a fun-looking guy.
A partially decomposed human male appears in the doorway. "Rise," he shouts into the darkness outside. This must be Auslander, since he is the only zombie you've seen speak. You feel the tremors as you hear the shifting of dirt from the graves around you. "Bring them to death's door."
That's actually not possible. Never minding the zombie thing, but apparently in the U.S. they bury people in concrete.
Yep.
What do you have? Do you have a concern that people might rise from the dead?
I don't know if that's the reason why, but that certainly is an effect. I don't remember where I read that.
I remember reading it as well.
So this is not a tactical map.
Right.
We're not actually. We won't bother. We'll just use action range bands. So you will start at medium, I think.
Oof.
That may be a bit far. How big is this crypt?
Well, the map hack has the scale on it.
15
Yeah,
meters.
but you know those things are ridiculous, though. Now were we? So we weren't actually in a building when this started. I thought we were inside a crypt.
Oh, she's in the. You see that Kellan's body is inside.
Okay.
There is a. Blood is trickling from Kellan into the jade cup,
Yeah, we had that.
and she's just inside the main crypt.
All right. So is that the big building, or is
That's
that
the main crypt
something
there.
else? Okay. So the doors are open then, and we can see in.
Yes. What is the
Well, we're at least
action
close enough to see
medium
that
range
blood is
band?
trickling.
-7.
What is the actual ranges though?
I think that's like rifle range.
So it goes close,
I
short,
don't actually have it
medium.
open. Oh wow.
Well, we hadn't actually needed it yet. Range band short. Medium is 21 to 100 yards. Yeah, 20 yards is a bit. I think short's probably more
Short
likely.
is 6 to 20.
All right, so we'll start at short.
Roger.
Shard, since your previous encounter with the Shadim that is Dr. Oslander, you just feel the intensity of his power has increased.
Oh, fun.
He has got tougher.
All right, Frey. Shoot cup.
If you destroy the cup, you're destroying monies.
Yeah, well,
It might affect your faction reps.
you can shoot it politely,
No, I can't.
just as long as it knocks over.
I'm gonna let somebody who isn't, using a storm carbine shoot it.
Yeah, but everybody who isn't using a storm carbine isn't quite as accurate as you.
Is he surrounded by the darkness?
Cast a magic missile at it.
No. We will say there is just a -2 darkness penalty from streetlights and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I could probably take the shot at the cup if somebody covers me at least.
You can see that the trickle of blood from Kellan to the cup is obviously magical in effect. It's like it's being drawn into the cup, so it sort of, flows along the ground and then lifts into the cup by some
Right.
magical force.
How big is it? Let's see. We had already had that discussion. It was chalice size. That's bigger than a hand.
Shard, or those magical types, you almost get the feeling that the power within the cup increases with each drop of blood which flows into it. Energy is building, and this place feels like it's becoming spook central. Gozer will appear.
Ooh, that's true. No, the other
I
thing
just
to do
shoot
is hit Colt with one of those smart bandages and stop the bleeding.
Well, in this case, it probably won't work because the bleeding is magical. It seems to just sort of ooze from her skin. No, like physical wounds or anything.
Oh, it's not a cut. Well, that's
So it like bleeds through the eyes and fingertips and all that sort of stuff. It is a magical drain. It even says that it resists attempts to heal. So,
well, we can at least shoot the crap out of the doctor.
okay. You have not had the opportunity to rest very much, so I'll let you recover 1 fatigue from rest only.
So what's going on?
We're waiting for the GM to get the combat tracker up. So, will we have opportunity to do any pre-spell stuff as before we get to the crypt?
Sure.
So I will end up ideally only needing 4 seconds. Except when I roll like, oh hey, that actually. No, it's not. Yeah, it is. Ah, no, it's not. I had other stuff in there. Need to improve that skill. Spell. Whatever.
I think. Okay. So, question. If I do a spell on delay, can I then, when I go to cast the spell that I've cast delay upon, can I then cast a throw on that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Then in that case, I'm going to do delay on a flesh to stone. Cool. And the condition will be I point at a target and yell granite or something, and then
All right.
do throw and do all that.
Gee, that's going to be kind of anticlimactic if you just go.
I think it'll be
Rock man.
hysterical. And Ostlander's like, wait, what?
No. All right, so we start with Oslander. Everyone is going to be at short range. You can take a turn of movement to move into close if you wish, at which point you will be within touching attacks. And melee attacks. However, you can see that the ground is shuddering as Oslander is Night Kinging it, and graves are beginning to rise. Or the dirt on the graves begins to rise. Alright, let's start.
Right. So we're at short range. So I am going to be shifting, like a step and engaging good old Mr. Auslander. I'm hoping he's not going to like my retort to his "I wish to be the Night King." That is a shitty roll.
Well, at least it still hit.
I don't like the Storm Carbine. It's like a cannon.
That's why I
Well-
bought it and spent all the money to make it super awesome.
Alright, so
It is for
Auslander.
shooting people in space armor, so
Auslander will spend a fatigue for extra effort.
And roll 18. Yes.
So that will be a succeed by 1 from the extra effort.
Oh, that's
So
lame.
he dodges
just
2.
one.
Just 1 hits. That's. Do you realise just how much damage just 1 is?
uh-huh.
Wow, that was shooting low.
Well, that's got a little bit of pain in that foot.
Alright, so he will automatically fall over due to having lost a foot. I think that makes him automatically half move and dodge from here on in.
Mm-hmm.
That was completely my plan. Yeah.
Health divided by 4 cripples it, so...
Funnily enough, he doesn't take all that much damage. He's just a foot shorter.
I see what you did there.
Piercing plus on unliving is halved.
I hate unliving.
That's still going to cripple and stuff, so it doesn't matter. So
Is that his left or right foot?
Wow, it doesn't actually say, so who cares? Evens left. So right foot.
I'll just rename that to foot. Okay, can I get a d6 roll from each of you, please? Get Gorgo and Shard to reroll. Yay, Shard. He remembers you from last time. You fire lasers at him.
What? No, that totally didn't happen.
I fired lasers at the other guy.
Yeah.
So is he prone too?
Yes, you fall down.
Is prone.
Which does make it harder to shoot at him. From a distance,
Does
anyway.
he have to? Doesn't he have to make a check because that was
Yes.
a crippling wound, right? I mean, you'll probably make it. See,
He's not stunned. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I guess they have high pain threshold, so
he is going to power bolt.
I don't like the sound of that.
It is the same as the other one that you just encountered.
Microwave.
And that's 2 shard. With a -3 for short range, that's a hit.
1 second. Is it a missile spell?
It is.
Oh no. Can you reflect it back to him?
Yeah, it's in my hand right now.
Oh, that's cool.
Alright, so this power bolt flies directly at you. You hold out your hand and just like a really fancy catch, you slow the momentum of this thing and you are holding it in your hand. Nice.
It's a pity you can't like put the flesh to stone on that as you throw it back to him.
Alright,
True.
he has extra attack, but he cannot use the same thing twice. So he is going to have another go at Shard.
Rude. Uh-oh.
This is another missile spell. With the penalty for range, that's a hit.
See.
You will also notice if people make perception rolls.
Caught yourself.
Your perceptions are high. It's almost a given.
Oh, right. That's +1. That should have been higher. I may have actually made that.
So those of you that succeed,
Yeah, actually by 0. Yeah.
those of you that succeed will see the exposed bone that was his foot begins to grow over with new flesh as
That's not right.
as he regenerates some hit points.
All right.
Well,
that's
you
how
keep
the
shooting off
catch.
limbs, he'll just regenerate stubs.
No, I was totally thinking about shooting him in the arm next time.
And you guys are also, as long as if you're within 16 yards of this guy, you have to make your fright checks.
You didn't say nothing about a fright check.
It's not my turn.
You
yet.
can't catch spell twice.
Oh.
Because you can only use one blocking spell per turn. So you will have to actually defend this one.
Just use your same roll for your defense. Would you have defended or dodged?
Well, I didn't roll it for that. I have to roll it for the right thing. There we
Roll
go.
better.
Alright, so the lightning bolt streaks past you, or ball of lightning streaks past you, hits the ground, and you see it just sort of arcs into the terrain behind you.
And kills a zombie.
Zombies will spend this turn moving into close. Each zombie has a target.
Oh, right. I should have put those on there on me.
Alright, so they all move into close. More zombies are on their way though, so you need to dispatch fast, otherwise you realise that you're going to potentially be overwhelmed. Fright check.
Damn it. Derp, derp, derp. Good. All right. Can somebody cover me?
Well, I did just shoot a dude.
Yeah, but there's a guy that's about to attack me.
Can we see which targets the zombies are going after?
Presumably, we've got one apiece.
Which one's coming after me? And which one's going after Frost?
Because it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter. There's one each. It starts
So
out
one
with
is going after Frey, 2 is going after Frost, 3 Shard, 4 Gorgo.
Yep.
All right.
Nobody
Thank you.
says got you covered.
Well, I'm in the process of engaging.
Okay. Nobody got me covered.
I don't know what you're doing.
Well, I wanna shoot the cup.
Well, then shoot the cup.
I need to aim.
Shard, you will also get your knowledge of magic and stuff. You suspect that Kellan is part of a some sort of ritual that is in progress.
Okay. I am shooting my zombie. Blah blah blah.
Yours is zombie 2.
I will do 2 shots. Range is that. I think that's it. Center mass, buckshot. Brain. Wow. Well. Fuck you.
The zombie sort of steps aside, and you see he slowly raises his middle finger at you.
But he had 2 hits. Did he only dodge?
He succeeds his dodge by 1, so that's an additional dodge. You get a successful... You dodge 1 bullet if you succeed by 0, and then for each margin of success is an extra bullet that you dodge.
Well, time to see if this fatigue point sink is worth it.
Who wants to roll something bad for the group? Who wants to be responsible for that roll?
Nobody.
I'll do it.
Alright, roll a d6, please. Okay, so in 3 turns, more zombies will have managed to pull themselves out of the ground. Alright, so what's Shard doing? You have this power bolt.
Yep, but I'm not going to use it because I just put all, or not all, but I put a big bunch of fatigue points into this one thing. So what's the range penalty on
3.
I believe I'm short. It's 3. Well, I have luck. I need luck. By 0.
There you go.
Alright, does he dodge?
Luckily, he's prone and missing a foot.
Yes, that's going to be tough.
He's going to use some extra effort.
Of course he is.
He didn't need it.
Oh,
Failed.
How's it only 6?
Half. Well, actually, I only did half move and dodge, so prone is going to be a minus on top of that, so that's a fail dodge.
And he
Shard.
walked off.
Damn.
Shard.
He walked off.
That's okay.
He's-
We're going to still keep yelling at him.
He's doing the whole, good guys don't look at explosions, so he's just thrown this thing and turned his back and
Fire and
walked.
forget. Let me know what happens.
So what was he doing? Was it the
That was,
flesh to
Flesh
stone?
to Stone.
So I believe that means you need to make a health check,
Right.
and you need to beat his roll of 6. I want to say it was. I'm going up and looking.
Yeah, you missed some mods.
6. So,
By 6, yeah. I'm going to double check that.
And it is health.
You actually connected, Shard.
sweet.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
No.
No, that's
No,
That's a
I
fail.
He
believe.
failed. He failed. He's now
Hey!
stone.
Flesh to stone, resisted by health. So yeah, he had to beat by 6. So he is now a stone
rock.
statue. That's
Wow.
That spell was not turned to
unexpected.
waste.
Okay, so the body of Dr. Oslander is frozen in a position where he lays on the ground. The spirit of Dr. Oslander, you will see, will dissipate and disappear into the astral.
He's screaming, I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you pesky kids.
But the ritual continues.
Yeah, that's why seeing that.
All right, I'm going to try to shoot the chalice. What is my penalties? Or should I just roll and we figure it out?
Range and size.
No,
So
you,
minus
should
3
probably,
for
you guys
range.
should probably focus on your nearby zombies. I'm going to run over there.
Okay, so Frey, you'll take care of
So
it.
right now, my move is not it's 10.
So that's okay. So that's good. So you can actually outrun the zombie that's on you, and the rest of us just have to deal with the one that we've got.
So, Gorgo, you still have your attack. You have a zombie right in front of you that is probably going to try and touch you, as they have done previously.
So I am now in -1 for range.
0 penalty.
So if I take a step back, that would be -1.
Nope, no penalty. You're in
Wow.
a range band, so
We're
Oh,
not
okay.
doing strictly tactical combat at this point.
action range band. That's what we're using.
I certainly hope I'm not going to run into an invisible wall. That'd be about right, wouldn't it?
Alright, so 1 will hit.
Mhm.
So roll damage for 1. Are you shooting center of mass or random?
course he's going random.
Well, you know.
Need to learn to control your shooting.
So piercing plus is halved.
And I will take a step back.
Right. So we are short, so they are 6 to 20 yards away. I can cover 10 yards in a move, which I am doing. Depending, I have no idea how far away the
So you'll
the
be
chalice is.
you'll be in close.
I'm moving over to the chalice because I was planning on just kicking it out of the, I don't know, the ritual area or whatever.
All right, so
Give it a
you
nice
you can
sock
move.
kick.
So you run up to the chalice, kicking it away. You will the chalice will fly some yards further into the crypt or wherever you kick it. However, you see the droplets of blood continue to flow into the chalice, and even though the chalice is on its side, the blood pools into the bottom of the chalice as if held there by like artificial gravity or something like that.
How the hell do you break the ritual then?
Destroy the chalice.
Or the girl.
Well, I was planning on, like picking her up next,
Yeah, well,
or slapping her awake or something.
both of them are worth money to us.
Okay, so this one is attacking Frey. He'll run and go into close since you ran out.
He's at -5 to hit me.
He won't be hitting. He's just moving into close. This one is going to attempt to touch Frost.
Jesus. Right.
I forgot. I'll declare it now. Frost got a free pass this time. All attacks are at -2 deceptive. I'll move on while you work out your defense. Shard. A similar touch. This is -2 deceptive. That will miss. And
That will
likewise, that will miss.
Okay, well. Damn it. I'll give it one more shot. Well, 2 more shots. That was... Ugh, I don't want to do that. And no range penalty at this point. Were they especially fast?
They have moved 6.
Figures.
That's not especially fast.
Well, it is when you're lightly encumbered.
Oh.
Do it.
Good God, okay.
Damn, like, how do I do damage again?
Yeah. Center mass.
Oh, yeah. Plus, plus. That's normal damage. I think.
So plus plus unliving is normal damage, yeah.
That's nice.
Alright, so that's going to be 38. That will take this thing to lots of negatives. So the body you basically cut in half, it falls to the ground and the spirit within dissipates.
I was trying to figure out how to set the choke.
Are we supposed to be still doing fright checks?
You are. If we get
Fine.
another critical,
Whoops.
You are immune.
Whoops. 7 still good enough, but that's not what the...
Alright, so end your turn, Frost.
Oh, sorry. Did I miss the button?
Alright, now to see what this thing in my hand can do. So the zombie that's generally been coming my way, I'll chuck it at him and see what it does.
Zombie 3.
Yeah, you're like, hey, your boss threw this at me. Why don't you take it? Although
Or not.
you seem to have missed.
Yeah, it's fine. I didn't pay for the spell, so I don't mind over much.
Well, you kind of did, didn't you?
In a way, I suppose. Yeah, I guess.
You need to
That is
increase
still
your
a really...
innate attack.
Yeah, but that's still a really cool spell. I don't think I've seen that in use before.
You need to do your fright check too.
Be quiet, you.
Alright. Fright check, Gorgo.
Nope.
He doesn't have to.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we're gonna have to add that to our drink thing.
That's true.
More bingo, Daniel.
So it'll dodge 2 bullets.
You're gonna take a step back.
Right, first. Made that, and I am gonna put 1 round into the cup. So size, Daniel said like hand. Is that right? It's about hand size? -4?
Yeah, -4.
Just
Sounds good.
guess.
Well, the
Baboosh.
cup is not going to dodge.
Nope.
And I apologize in advance if this causes the entire crypt to explode.
Yeah, I was gonna say to cut over to that explosion spreadsheet.
I just need to verify something. I believe this cup is immune to normal weapons.
Well, that would figure.
Well, so noted. I got something for that.
I also have an ink hand grenade. That's kind of magical, isn't it?
No, I'm just going to, on my
Toss
turn,
it to the wizard.
next turn, no, I'm going to drop or let go of the rifle so it goes down on the patrol sling thing. Fast draw the pistol, and then use that perk. What the hell is that? The super perk to reload it as a free action with the what the hell are those rounds? The meteoric iron rounds.
That'll work. It is. So you hit the cup. It will fly across the room. spinning as it goes, bounce off
Okay, so
a.
zombie one is attacking me. If they are doing the -4 on the attack, oof, that is
User in your channel timed out.
Oh, who'd we lose?
Oh, we lost
Frey.
Bill and Daniel both.
User entered your channel.
Welcome back.
what just happened?
I don't know.
Momentary
dropped.
hiccup on your end is my guess, because only you two
TeamSpeak
dropped.
TeamSpeak just went away.
It did.
Yeah, you guys
it
dropped
did.
for a hot
You
second.
need to let's see. I need to double check that might not actually hit.
Well, that is not a margin critical because of the deceptive, so you can still defend.
Deceptive doesn't change that. It's telegraph that does.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's still not a margin crit though, because their effective skill is 12.
Oh, right, because you didn't actually enter that.
No,
Right.
actually, their effective skill against me is going to be 7.
Even still, it's not a margin crit. Still a hit though. Shard, zombie on you.
Rude.
I shall move on to the next. You will need to defend. The zombie on Gorgo. Again, that is not a margin crit, but it's still a hit. I should stop decepting.
Well, I guess you win some, lose some there.
So both Shard and Gorgo, you will need to defend.
Dingling.
Alright, don't forget to take the fatigue for extra effort.
I did.
Yeah, so did I.
Alright, you guys are good.
Let's see, I need to do the thing first. Good. And,
Death check. Whoa.
oops,
He's about to die.
grabbed the wrong one.
That's still a
And
success.
so the other 3 zombies are still up, so meeny, miny, mo, which one's left? Odd is Gorgo,
You saying Gorgo's odd?
maybe.
He's saying you're odd.
So you're going after Zombie 4. All right.
Yeah, zombie 4, so I've only got 1 shot left in this mag.
How many rounds do you normally have?
5.
Huh, okay.
1 shot. Shotgun.
I'm going to assume side hex for the purpose of dodge.
That seems reasonable.
But
And fuck you.
he saw it coming.
And this one flipped you off too.
Shard, you're up.
Alright, sorry, cat was getting uppity. Let's see. I'm going to actually draw my pistol. Well,
You spin this round drawing your pistol.
So what penalties does side hex give for dodge?
-2.
What are you thinking about shooting the one attacking Frost or Shard?
Oh, I did forget something. How many turns has Frey been within the vicinity of the cup?
1. I came over there and kicked it, and that was it. And then I shot it at the range.
Okay. Can you take 1 fatigue?
No, I can't. Sorry.
You can. Or I should rephrase that. Take 1 fatigue.
Hey, you asked, bro.
All right, possible 2 hits to Zombie 4.
This time both will hit 2 damage.
Daniel's wondering, where are those rolls when I shoot?
He cut his in half.
No, the first. Yeah, when I
After
shot mine.
missing?
So that is halved.
Man, you are all over the place. You need to go to the gun range. Learn to control your shots.
Okay. Okay, so this thing is slowed by your attacks.
So does it have a crippled leg, or?
You did not do enough to cripple, purely because of the half damage to unliving. But he is hurting. He is effectively half move and dodge.
Okay, take a step back again.
Alright, so Frey, you need to take a point of fatigue. And you'll need to take another point of fatigue. You feel some magical effect on you, and you will notice there's like a tint of red in your vision. You'll sort of rub your eye and you'll see there's blood beginning to leak out from your like tear ducts or whatever, so you're beginning to cry blood. You look at your hand and blood begins to seep out from the fingertips of your hand, flying through the air into the cup that's on the ground near you.
Well, as stated, I was releasing the rifle, so the sling's holding it. I am fast drawing the pistol. Okay, and I am also utilizing the perk he has. What the hell is it? Quick reload to speed load the eject the magazine and then load the what the hell is it? Meteoric iron rounds, which is considered a free action. Being a gunslinger has its advantages.
Mm-hmm.
And let me minimize this garbage so I can get the proper weapon. And we went with hand for that size. So that's pretty easy. Except even when I roll like that.
Well, it's not dodging. Roll some damage.
Okay, this is meteoric iron. Which, that's a pretty crappy damage roll.
Wow.
Alright, so you will hit the cup. Immediately, the cup will shatter. Piercing +2. It would be considered homogeneous.
Yeah,
so
'cause if
damage halved. Alright, so It will shatter. Yeah. There. Did I not share that before?
No, that's
Yeah,
fine.
well, I
Okay,
had closed it. I was looking for it.
Yeah, so
It's at the very bottom.
Right.
damage will be halved, but that will be sufficient to damage the cup. It will smash. You have you break off half the goblet part of the chalice. Blood will splash everywhere, compared to the previous time where the blood remained inside the cup even though it spun around the room. And the spell begins to... The droplets of blood that were sort of floating from you just sort of immediately fall to the ground and splatter everywhere. Likewise, the blood begins to stop flowing from Kellan, and the magic ritual is broken. However, the zombies that are still attacking you are still attacking you.
What about the zombies outside?
They stop coming out.
Because they realized they were actually buried in concrete.
They come to some sort of realization that we go hang out at Bob's place.
Oh, he broke the cup. Guess the party's over.
They just want brains.
Alright, this guy's still going to attack you.
They're not unreasonable.
-9.
If he's at those sort of penalties, he won't be decepting, but that's going to still miss, I believe.
Decepting?
Decepting. Deceptive attacking.
If he's not at the -4, then that will actually be a potential hit because I'm at -5 due to the blur.
Shard, this will attack you.
Is Blur -5 in GURPS?
It's
That is
-1 to -5.
That is a hit, but not a margin crit. Gorgo, you are hit as well.
Does he get any additional penalties due to his
Minus,
half move, half dodge, whatever?
not for his attacks, but you're going to be at a -2 penalty to defend.
I will be at a minus to defend?
Yes, because they're taking deceptive attacks.
Oh, okay. So it's -2, right?
Yep.
Wow.
Okay, you need to make a health roll, Shard. Failure will result in paralysis. You shake off the effects of the paralysis and you can act fine. Gorgo, you still need to make your defense. Frost. What's he doing?
He's getting ready to probably shoot Gorgo's guy again. Switching over to the submachine gun and gonna put a 3-round burst in, hopefully, because they are in close combat. Except he keeps dodging back and succeeding. Three-round burst at 4, I guess.
Again, I will assume side hex.
One of them, it won't matter.
And regardless, all of them hit.
Take them all anyway.
You can roll the critical effect.
That's true, I could. Crap, I haven't done that in a while. Where the hell is that?
Do you not have that in one of the quick keys?
No, I don't.
It's in chat.
That's just
I've got table critical hit, table critical miss,
Holy
table
God.
firearm malfunction.
Damn.
Oh, well, that's lame.
That's a shame. Oh well, whatever. Crap. Yeah, we were prepared for zombies, so I went with all the points.
Alright, so these are halved,
All
and this
those
is
points?
center of mass. So what have we got total here? 21, 30, 15. Alright, it will dissipate. The body will fall to the ground as the spirit leaves the body.
The one in front of me?
No, that was,
No, that was
Gorgo's.
Gorgo's.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure.
Look at that. You've got the most kills tonight there, Frost.
Yeah, how
Shard,
the hell is
it's your
that?
attack.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Firearm malfunction table.
Now this being
No, these I think
they probably
verified
won't
crits. So
malfunction.
you have to roll again. If you get a critical again, it malfunctions. Alright, so you're good.
Stick to magic. Lesson learned.
You just miss. Gorgo, the zombie in front of you is dead. This will be a
Well,
minus
it was
three
already
penalty.
dead.
It's more dead. It's had its second death.
You said -3 to hit it?
Yes. You could probably safely take all out attack for future reference. It's not going to make a difference in this case, but next time.
I'm going to take a
Right.
step closer.
So I am spending a round, actually, because I do not have the quick sheath perk. So I am holstering my pistol.
Just a regular attack on Frey. That will hit. Deceptive attack on Shard. And that will hit. Frey, you dodge.
Alright, that's that. I guess we still got one on Shard.
And one
Still
on
got to
Frey.
roll your fear check.
I'll shift over
Crap,
to
you're right,
Shard.
you're right.
Damn it.
We'll say for the
Yep, that's easy.
sake of this, because Oslander's dead, they're not as scary anymore.
Well, that's true. Well, I'm good anyway. Okay, right, so I was going to shift over to the one on Shard. Dun, dun, dun. 3 round burst again.
This is considered short range.
Oh, well, then that is still good.
I'll assume again side hex. And one dodge.
Oh. Okay, so 2 hit.
Yep.
Whew. Then I take back the fuck you. Oh. Don't see that every day.
Alright, so what have we got here? 30. Halved is 15. And they were just center of mass.
Yeah.
Whoops, it's not 15 damage to you. It should be, because fuck you.
That's only fair.
Oh, jeez.
Actually, that's
Wow. Dude.
actually that's
2 in a
full
row.
damage. It's not halved. It's full damage because it's piercing plus.
Oh,
Need to take you to the range too.
that zombie dies then.
Wait a minute. Why is that plus plus?
So zombie 3 should be
Hollow
plus
points.
full damage.
Hollow points.
That's right. No, because the original is plus.
Alright, so that zombie in front of Shard will collapse in a spray of blood and gore. The spirit will depart.
How far away
no,
is
I was going
zombie
to say
1?
how long has it
Short
been
range.
since you used luck?
Well, it's short range to
right at the
you,
beginning.
but how far away from me?
I only moved like 10 yards.
So it's still short range.
So it's still -3?
Yes, but you can take all out attacks safely to make that a -2.
So all out attack, short range. I'm not going to do the mods. We can.
Alright, so that'll be succeed by 5. So that'll be 3 hits.
Possibly. Yep.
I'll assume side hex. Doesn't help him, so do 3 damages.
These will be center of mass.
That 4 would have been a great attack roll.
Well, at least you improved the way through.
Alright, so what have I got? 22 halved, 11.
The first one just kind of winged him.
Amusingly enough, I am doing a ready action because I do not have quick reload, or not quick reload, but fast draw long arm. So I am. Doop. Nowhere close.
Not even. But it's not. No, that will be a critical fail because of your blur.
Aha, yeah, -5, yeah. Don't.
Now, a long arm typically takes 2 rounds to ready from a sling.
Does it? Okay, so noted.
But he is hasted.
True.
Yeah, that just basically improves my speed and
Don't.
my whatever and my dodge.
Alright, so it trips on the stairs but does not fall over. Oh, wait a sec. Dex roll minus. No, it was only touching, so it's good.
Yeah.
So it doesn't fall over.
Okay, so Frey's guy is still up. So I guess I will shoot at it as well. Another 3-round burst. That one is still at close. Not close.
Yep, we're still
Short.
in close.
Short.
Short, whatever.
That and that. 3-round burst, center mass. Could have been a better shot. And
with the side hex, that's still a dodge.
so this time, actually, fuck you.
You're welcome.
You're not very nice when you miss.
No, I'm not.
He's not very nice generally.
Sometimes I am.
What?
That's a
A
lie.
hit? What sorcery is this?
You do.
Holy cow.
Wow.
Just center mass.
2 hits.
I only fired one.
No, you hit
Yeah,
twice.
he doesn't have it set up that way.
It doesn't matter with the range penalty. Only one will hit anyway. All right, so Gorgo, you're up.
Chard, I want to go. Pew pew pew.
All right,
Second
Frey.
round of preparing, since I don't have the fast draw long arm, which is what I'm going to spend points on. So my rifle is now ready.
Oops. Don't use that roll yet. Okay, now use that roll. So that will be a hit. Frost, you can prepare your attack.
Well,
Actually, you got to see on rolling the critical miss table. Oh no!
dope. Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna hold off.
For the purpose of this, we will assume that everyone is in a rear hex.
Sounds logical.
No, he's in close combat over there, so I'm not gonna take a shot in there while he's got the rifle actually up and pointed at it. So I think he's okay. Scanning for other targets.
Those of you that are in short are not actually within its fright check range.
Oh, sweet.
And
So
also,
it gets no defense.
It's no longer scary anymore, right?
Yeah, so it gets no defense because of stumbling past Frey in the critical miss, so 2 damage.
Bang. He has bang as his attack option.
Yeah, because I'm only firing one shot, so bang.
So that's half 6 points. Is it still alive?
It is not. With that shot, the zombie takes the bullet in the back and falls forward, and the spirit vacates the form. Everything around you settles to just a dark, eerie silence. In the distance, you can hear the sounds of sirens and stuff going.
I will rush up to...
Well, that's like every day or a day that ends in Y.
I will rush up to Kellan and start administering first aid. Get her down from where she is and start working on her.
Alright, make a first aid roll.
Attack reload.
I'm going to be retrieving my ejected magazine.
Wow.
Okay, you will stabilize her. She is still unconscious. You can see that she has been drained of blood, but she's not going to die.
How
Alright,
well
well,
is-
he's got a med kit, and he can probably wake her up with smelling salts.
True.
Yes, I can.
But retrieve the cup. Whoops, there's a big chunk taken out of it. Get her.
Yeah, I
and
don't think we're getting
exfiltrate
paid
out
for
of
that.
here. It might have some sort of. I don't know. It's not my fault.
You can glue it back
Okay,
together.
it might be my fault.
There wasn't anything we could do about it.
I yelled at him, "Destroy it!"
Well, you're saying that, and I was already in the process of releasing the rifle and going for the pistol to do that very thing.
This is interesting aftermath, considering the way you took out Auslander.
It isn't it? He was supposed to die, wasn't he?
Yeah. So what happens is if you kill Auslander, because he's linked to the cup, it causes an astral feedback that disrupts the astral beacon and cracks the cup. Then there is like a toxic wave like explosion that affects all you guys. But you didn't kill him, you just turned him, or the body to stone. So the spirit left. I guess he was still attached to the spell until you shot it. So Auslander is still alive.
Or at least the thing is.
Well, there still
Shatter
could have
this
been
body.
There
Well,
still could have
the
been
spirit,
a feedback if he was still connected to the spell. It might have feedback or fed back into him.
It's fine. It's cool. I think it's funny.
Now we have an astral enemy.
So Auslander is potentially an enemy. Enemy, like major Shidim spirit.
Oh, considering he's still a Shadim, he can still find another host eventually, and
Maybe. And then he runs there, and the first thing that we do is Shard turns him into stone again, and he's like, "No!"
No, this just means every time we kill somebody, we're gonna have to break their knees.
Though when he comes back, he will be a little bit stronger.
Well, hopefully by then Shard will have figured out like banish or something like that can destroy him.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds pretty important.
Banish will send him back to the meta plane. So that's an interesting outcome.
All right. Yeah, let's get the thing and the chick and bail. And then get paid.
All right, so Kellan will survive. The cup is damaged, however, not destroyed because you didn't do a lot of damage.
I didn't use the rifle. I didn't use the rifle.
All right. Well, there's no wrapping up chapter. So, this will end with you guys getting paid. You take Kellan to hospital. She will recover. She'll have very little knowledge of any of the events, except she'll have a vague memory of something happening in her apartment. Who are you going to give the broken cup to?
We could probably reach out to both parties there and see if either one of them is interested in taking it broken.
And blame the wizard. Spread the word about Auslander. There needs to be like a big Discord, BBS, whatever equivalent for Shadowrunners where you spread that kind of stuff. Wait, yeah, there is. Shadowlands, is that right?
Yep, Shadowland BBS.
BBS.
You can tell this game was designed in the 80s.
It's a throwback.
Yeah,
It's retro.
So it was Fiona or the other dude, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have Fiona as a contact, so I lean toward giving it to her.
But
Presuming dude isn't gonna, because she hired us to retreat. You know, she
Yeah.
also put the money, so my code of honor professional is gonna kick in, and I want to give it to the person who hired me to retrieve it.
Where's our factions thing?
Well, the other thing I was going to point out was that we've got a decent rep with Draco, but not with the Atlantean, so we could give it to Laurent and build that up a little. I could go either way, honestly. And actually, in character, he's like whoever's willing to give us the most money for it.
Okay, so let's sort out the money. Everyone will get $5,000 for recovering Kellan.
The girl.
The cup is damaged. Give me a reaction roll. This will determine how much you're going to be offered for it.
How about a merchant roll?
So I will probably
First things first.
Yeah, since I have Fiona as the contact, I will probably be the person reaching out to her for that.
I will let you make a influence skill roll.
Or just do that.
Wait,
We'll
she's
just do
also a metahuman, isn't she?
Fiona?
Yeah, she's an elf, I think.
No, I don't think she is.
I thought she was. Why am I thinking she's an elf?
Either way, that's very good. So,
Alright, so you'll get half price.
can I roll merchant to see if I can improve that?
You can. If you make a successful merchant roll, you'll increase that by 10%, sorry. So
60%.
Yeah, you get 60% of $5,000.
That's total?
And that'll be each.
Each. Okay.
So 3,000 each, and then 5,000 for Kellan. So that's 8,000 each.
Roger.
So, next is to decide who you're giving it to. Draco or Atlantean.
I don't care either way. Based on Fro's code of honor, I think we're going to give it to whoever his contact was that was offering the pay in the first place. So
yeah,
that's
Draco,
Draco, right?
what I'm leaning for.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think Frey's the only one that has a strong opinion, so I guess it's his.
So it'll be Draco, right?
Yeah.
All right,
So we
so
give it to Draco.
your Draco Foundation will go up to 5. Atlantean will drop.
Well, we did give him the fake.
Did he take the fake? I thought we kept it.
Did we? No,
I couldn't
that's right,
remember.
we did.
I don't think it was specifically determined what was done with
Because
the
I was
fake.
just gonna, I went ahead and bought the stupid thing, so
Yeah.
I was gonna take it home and just put it
yeah.
up on a wall somewhere. After you made sure it was no longer bugged or anything.
Yeah. No, I think we did hang on to it because we were thinking we might need to use it.
This is a little odd. It says that you are going to lose rep with Cedar Crop and Lung. But I don't think they interacted with you at all in the adventure.
Didn't even come up.
Yes, you would have got a
But I
plus
guess
one
I
if
could
you
find
delivered
out
to the
that we didn't
Simon
operate
Andrews.
so.
That's
You would have got
weird.
another plus one, or you would have got a plus one with Long if you gave it to Lin Yao Chang, both of which you've met previously, but yeah, they didn't contact you in this adventure, so I'm going to ignore that.
I mean, the only reason why we would give it to the Atlantean Foundation is if Frey was to roll it against his code of honor and see if maybe he would bypass that. That'd be
He
the only
won't.
way is to roleplay it.
Code of Honor doesn't have a roll.
I would just say, like will check or something.
He won't.
You'll get 2 points for the adventure.
Are we doing 3 for the end?
Correct. So 3 points. You can increase your street rep if you so wish.
No, I can't. So sad.
Yeah, well, I can't think of a way you make that work.
Social regard feared.
It seems like double dipping.
If you had have failed to save Kellan, she gets consumed by the cup and the ritual finishes, and it creates, or the situation escalates, and like zombies come up everywhere. It's like a mana storm.
Can we take her as a contact?
Right, she's, what was she?
She's a magic chick, and I know she, at least based on the book, she was a former Shadowrunner.
Right.
You can. She is actually
And
offered.
I will. What is the, what's her skill going to be?
Her skill will be 15.
Sweet. Because, I need more contacts.
Well, what you have is a backup to Fiona.
Yep.
But she's actually a mage as well.
Yeah, so magic stuff and Shadowrunner.
She will start out at a appearance of 6 or less, and whatever the default reliability is, I think usually or somewhat reliable.
Damn, 6. Okay.
Whatever the default is.
Somewhat reliable, yeah.
You did not deliver the artifact to Laurent, so you have no options to pick him up. If you don't have Fiona Craig already, then you can take her as a contact, or you can increase her.
I might look at that.
You can only increase one of the traits, though. So
now McAllister gave us his job, right?
Yes.
Being that this is the end of the mission, I would probably drive or head back to the hospital and see how was it Dragon Blight or what is it?
Dark Bright.
Dark Bright.
Dark Bright. I was going to say Light Bright.
I would go and check in on her and see how she's doing.
She's in surgery, but she will recover. She'll be fine.
Yeah, I wonder what the recovery time on that's probably going to be, maybe a month, but that's not that bad comparatively.
I think at this tech level, the physician can make 2 rolls a day.
Yeah, it was something like that. Now the deal I read, I don't remember where it was, but tech level 9, basically, if you don't die instantly, then you're going to recover.
And then I'll reach out to Bitco or whatever and offer my services to heal him up the rest of the way.
Bitspeak, he
Bitspeak,
has disappeared, so he hasn't given you any sort of contact details or anything like that. They're laying low. You gave him his contact details, or your contact details, but he has not offered to contact you at this point.
Were they listed as an option for contact later?
They are not listed as an option. I don't think that you're likely to run into these guys again, so let me...
They bailed. They said, peace out, bro.
Does anyone want to potentially take these as a contact?
I was thinking about Bitspeak because I don't actually have any Decker contacts, and I was thinking about inventing.
You don't have any contacts at all.
Inventing some kind of network or something. I don't know what I would do with it necessarily.
I'm also going to pick up. I'm going to put a point in fast draw long arm, Brian, because I'm using the rifle a lot.
Yeah, that's fine. So is anyone going to want to take these as a contact? Because if so, I will get you to make a reaction roll. You can add any appropriate modifiers that might come into effect.
Yeah.
Let's see, is it like a group? Is that what this is?
Because you could probably get the +4 from my healer.
Or is it
since
just
I basically
one
did
contact?
First aid.
I guess you could take them as a contact group, and that would be
points, yeah.
That would be the group in general. Otherwise, you can take them individually.
No,
What are their skills?
I'm saving my points, so
I don't think I'm going to, but you never know. I may need another contact.
So, for the purpose of contact stuff, their skills will be, I think it's the 12.
Okay.
The 12 bracket.
Shard, would you like to reach out to have Darkbright as a contact?
No.
He's like, he doesn't like people.
Is she pretty?
Not after I shot her in the face a couple times.
Well, with surgeries, you can get that back.
Oh, actually,
I
I've found their races. Bitspeak is a gnome.
Okay.
Darkbright is a female orc. So Bitspeak is a male gnome. Darkbright is a female orc. She is a combat mage. Bitspeak is a technomancer. Glitter is a human male, and he is a face man. Shiny is a female minotaur.
Yeah.
Street samurai.
Didn't realize they had minotaurs.
I didn't think they did that. Must be a later edition.
What about Ardra?
Ardra is a female elf weapon specialist.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to take them as contacts.
Damn, she can use a bow as well.
Yeah.
Well, she's an elf.
Well, why not?
Everybody looks at Frey. He's like, can you use a bow? Give me a session to spend a point in it.
Do you have knife throwing?
No. That's something else I need to get is fast draw knife. Oh well. Just put it on the list.
Mhm.
All right, so you can take them as a group, or you can take them individually, but you'll have to make a reaction roll on a good or better. You can take them. Anything less than that,
Yeah, I'm not going to take
you won't take.
no.
It won't be offered.
I'm just going to presume they said, peace out, we are leaving. We're going to go to Kansas City or someplace away from here.
They did have a rough go of it.
Yep.
Wonder if I should turn Oslander into an enemy.
Well, the funny thing about him is anytime we kill somebody, he could just drop in.
Yeah, that's like, I need to, oh wow, they're blowing through this fight. I need to make it
Actually,
tougher.
no, they don't actually take over dead.
Yeah, they
They
do.
have to actually possess somebody.
No, remember
they take
No,
over
that's
dead.
right. That's right. That's right. What am I thinking of?
They,
I don't know.
Right,
they
we
can't.
destroy
They
it.
can't
We
possess
destroy the
anyone.
body.
They can only take over the body if someone goes
If
astral.
they're vacant. Yeah. Right. That's why Light Bright was different because
Night Bright. You cannot
I
get
know,
that
I
name
can't
right.
get that out of my head.
Dark bright.
In fact, I will. Oslander, everyone take a.
Well, everybody doesn't need to write it down if it's a campaign thing.
No, but at least.
But you can put it on the enemies. He's like a faction.
Yeah, on a 6 or less, every session we'll roll to see if he shows up. And he can just inhabit the body of someone that you kill.
Yeah, that's going to screw us over.
Especially if you kill someone, he takes the body and just, like, you know, there's some surprise butt sex or something.
Actually, what would be probably worse for us is
Doctor, right?
if we kill somebody, Oslander takes over the body and just runs. And then he can come ninja kill us later.
Alright, so he will be an enemy. I'll add him to the faction stuff.
All right, cool beans.
Right. So, one more next week.
And then we all moved to New York.
There's a few. I think there's a few more for the this run, but the next one I think is titled Election Day.
Ugh. Here we go with the politics again.
Shiny.
One moment while I check. So there's two left: Election Day and Showcase. All right, so we'll play Election
and then
Day.
maybe Night of the Long Knives.
Yes, that would be an interesting one. And then you move to, or then you start a new crew in New York.
Unless you survive. So that means Freya's going to start a new crew in New York.
Maybe.
So as in we are starting new characters in New York?
Not necessarily.
Or we're moving to New York?
That's a down the track thing.
No idea.
There is another campaign series that takes place in New York. We may bring characters in, or we may make new ones. Who knows?
Or you could potentially take your current characters as allies or contacts of your new characters.
Yeah.
which could be interesting.
Yeah.
Alrighty then.
Okay, cool.
All right, so any questions? Anyone spending any points before we go? Or are we wrapping this up?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
I might put together a list of some spells and stuff I want to pick up, but that'll for next session, do those in downtime sort of thing.
All right, and because I'm slack, I'll just have to read the same script. I am slack. So, if you are watching this and have any questions, corrections, or general complaints or suggestions, feel free to leave a comment or find us on Discord. Thank you for watching. Olympus bids you adieu and good night.
Stream out.
Bye, everybody.